all the wrong that I'll do again. Cause I am just a man, and I just hope you can understand that I am just human. I purpose never the intention, cause I am just a man, and I could only do what I can, and I hope you understand. Please forgive me.
Mon bon ami, you couldn't have better timing. You always answer when I call it. All day and all night I with them. Not a week.
Carnival people, welcome again to another and the final day of Cariwest 2020 Virtual Lime, or as we like to dub it, Fantastic Sunday. I am your host, Sterling Scott. Welcome back. Who's still with me? All you tired yet? All you done sweat? You done fet? You done enjoy yourself? Well, we still have more to go. Now, I know some of you guys are feeling a little exhausted from everything that happened. It's Sunday. It's 12 p.m. You should be eating saltfish and dumpling on a veranda. But instead, you're here with us. So we're here to bring that energy with all of you guys. And before we begin, myself and the Western Carnival Development Association would like to acknowledge that we are located on Treaty 6 territory, and we respect the histories, languages, and cultures of First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and all First Peoples of Canada, whose presence continues to enrich our vibrant community. Now, yesterday was a whole lot of fun. I want to say thank you to Dingolay dancers, Saint and the full 100 band, Bliss, and of course, Miss Patrice Roberts. But today we have more. Now, last night we also had a virtual fete. How many of you guys made it out to that one? Shout outs to DJ Gel, DJ Kevin, and of course Aphrodisiac Natural Hair Salon for hosting us. And also you can get some of the best head wraps in the city. I know because I use it myself. I do want to take a chance right now to talk about how this is the Sunday. This is the day when after a full day of the parade and the jump up in the fete, it's a time to relax. Like I said, put your feet up, eat a little saltfish and dumpling, or if you're Jamaican, ackee and saltfish and lateness. Like I said, we have dubbed today Fantastic Sunday, dedicated to all things pan, Extempo and Calypso. We have an interview later today with Dr. Kim Johnson, a world-renowned pan historian, live from Trinidad and Tobago. We also have a feature film, a performance from Trincan, and later today a performance live from Barbados from the one and only Alison Hines. Also, since it's Sunday, we thought we'd display some Caribbean-style cooking, courtesy of myself, and everybody knows her and loves her, Miss Cheryl Leslie, for our Cariwest kitchen segment. Now, I will actually be in that kitchen cooking, and I know that I can throw down, because any real Trini man can get a Trini woman through the kitchen. Now, look out for us during a few segments we're going to air throughout the day. So we're going to be airing it out throughout the entire day, and you'll see the meal at the end of it. And of course, we want to say thank you to all of our amazing sponsors who have been keeping Cariwest alive. Like I said, without you sponsors, we can't be here. So thank you to Canada Heritage, Edmonton's Arts Council, Downtown Business Association, Say It Loud Canada, Jamaica Tourism, Rig Hand Distillery, TD and TD Bank. All right? With that being said, I know how everyone's feeling a little tired, a little sluggish. Me, myself as well, too. So, we're going to kick it up another notch for all of you. Today, we're going to kick it off with some Soca Fit. Now, first off, if you've ever been in a fete and you ever wondered how much calories you did burn and it felt like a real workout, that's because it was. Unfortunately, here in Edmonton, we have the innovator of Soca Fit, Miss Cheryl George. And boy, does this woman like to dance. And she's going to come to this stage and she's going to, well, she's going to make you sweat. Now, me, I am going to join in myself. I do not know how long I will be able to handle. All right? As you guys can see, I am not equipped for this kind of walk-up, but as all good men are, I will take up the challenge. So, at this point in time, I'd like to welcome to the stage Cheryl and Shas. If you guys could just make your ways up to the stage. Get ready. At this point in time, get on your jogging pants, get on your sweatshirt, your spandex, whatever you have, because today we're doing a Soca Fit class live here inside the Starlight in downtown Edmonton. Sherelle, take it away.
All right, so I'm happy to have Sterling here with me.
I'm not.
On my left, we have Shaz. So I want you all to have fun. I have the chat open on the side, so please put your flame emojis. If you want to cuss me over there, but have fun, all right? So we're going to go for 30 minutes. Super, super easy. Everything is repetitive. Make sure you have a lot of room. Make sure you have your water, all right? Let's go.
No.
You got it.
Tired.
All right, let's warm up. Let's go. All right, come on. Hands up. Down. See, it's not that bad. Reach over. out, in, out, in, out. We're just gonna focus on the right and we're going to the left, okay? So bend over. 5, 6, let's go. Ha! Double time. Hey, hey. Come on, let's go. Hey, this is easy. This one is nice. This is easy. 10 seconds. Hey, dance. He came. We said you're working out. So let's just quickly cool down, and then you guys can proceed. Huge shout out to Shaswell Powerful Inc. Huge shout out to our host, Sterling Scott. I hope he's still alive back there. And thank you everyone who tuned in. And thank you so much, DJ Kevin Toronto, for the mix. Thanks, Cariwest.
That was our work, and now we are here. All right, thank you guys for joining us alongside Soca Fit, walking up our waist and burning a few calories. Once again, I am your host, Sterling Scott.
And I am Cheryl Leslie.
And this is Cariwest
Kitchen.
Now today, we are going to prepare something to keep all you fed from that amazing workout we just had. What are we doing in the kitchen today?
Oh gosh, now today we're going to make macaroni pie, stewed chicken, and a garden salad, because after my girl goes, you know you got to get the body right, ready to break food.
And I'm going to provide subtitles for everything she just said. So let's work along with that and start with our first step, which is of course the cleaning and prepping before we get started. We have a lot of issues with, of course, COVID-19, so let's keep a clean kitchen as long as a clean plate. Let's get started.
You know what's very important during COVID times, and anytime you guys got to make sure you wash your hands. You got to do it correctly, right, Sylvain?
All right, so let's get our hands washing. First thing, you make sure you get a good lather up. And how long are we supposed to wash our hands for?
For a minute. I know when I teach my nieces, I give them a song to do it, so let me teach you how it goes.
All right.
Paloma ding ding ding.
Wow.
Hey, wash your hands and sing. With soap and water. Make your hands cleaner. It's a hygiene thing. Ding ding ding. Wash for a minute. Wash your hands for a minute. Wash your hands for a minute. See?
All right.
All right.
Now that we've got our hands clean, let's move on to our next step, shall we? All right, so now that my hands are clean, now it's time to do something very important that a lot of people should be learning how to do, which is wash our chicken.
Exactly.
Show them how we do.
That's right. So right, like as Sterling said, it's very important to wash the chicken. Some people use vinegar. In this case, I have it soaking in lemon bath, as I like to call it. So simply as you put water, you submerge your chicken in lime and salt, or lemon and salt. Let that sit for about 15 minutes, and that ensures that everything comes clean when we're ready to cook.
So now that we have our hands washed and our chicken washed, it's time to put our noodles to boil. So let's add it over to the stove. Sharon, take that away. Now that the water's come to a nice boil, let's add in our noodles, and we're gonna boil it for about 10 to 15 minutes due to the preference of your softness that you want for your noodles. Okay, now that we have our noodles ready on the fire, it's time to move on to seasoning our chicken. Let's go. Now we have a marvelous display of seasonings. So Cheryl, please tell me, what are you using to season your stew chicken?
Well, today we have a variety, like he said. We have bay leaf, we have paprika, we have pepper, we have thyme, fresh basil, and we have poultry seasoning. Now in the islands, all of this is fancy and thing, but you know, we just spelt it all in one time.
All right, well,
let's do this.
Spelt away, yes.
I know you have time for measurements.
I don't measure. By the way, for all those Trinidadians watching at home and you're seeing all these beautiful display of seasonings, and then you see my old dirty container and you're saying, boy, that man, what you doing? Well, listen, the man with the pepper sauce is boss. And I'm holding this. I's boss. I go add it later because I's boss. I don't question my ugly container because it came in a spaghetti sauce.
I know we get you from.
Then you can't return me. So, with that being said, what have you added so far in order to season up your chicken and make it all nice?
So far, all the varieties that we explained earlier, I had the thyme, the pepper, the paprika to give it a really nice, lovely color. So all we're gonna do with our clean hands, of course, and just give that a little mix. So we gotta make sure that we get all the ingredients in there really good, give that a little massage, and make sure that all the stuff is in there correctly and evenly distributed.
So if you want to know how she's massaging the chicken, treat it like a good man at night after work. That's how you just massage your chicken, to get all the ingredients in and keep your husband.
That better be 2 hours then?
I mean, it should be about 2 hours, and that's exactly how long we're going to leave it. We're going to let it sit for 2 hours to let it marinate. I mean, it's best overnight. I know some of you divas at home saying, my grandmother does shut you up. Your grandmother can't cross the border. So what we're going to do is let it for 2 hours, because of course we're cooking live right now here for Cariwest. We're going to let it sit for 2 hours, and we'll be right back with what we're going to do right next. So let's move on.
Check this macaroni here now. I think we did a little 5 more minutes. Alright, a little 5 more minutes further, I think they will be ready.
Alright, so 5 more minutes. That's how I had 3 children. So let's move forward with the next thing. Alright, so now we're gonna move on to the browning of the chicken. Now, for continuity, my glass should still be full, but it is not. With that being said, let's move on to the chicken. Now, a lot of people have this debate about whether using browning or whether using sugar. Now, a lot of Trinidad right now are home are pulling out their hair yelling, I use sugar, who use browning? And then there's the other Canadian-born Trinis, aka me, who are saying, I use browning and sugar. Which one are you going with today?
Well, today we're definitely going to show the tradition which I was raised upon, the brown sugar or white sugar method. So we're going to try it out and see how it goes.
Now, if it doesn't go well, it means she won the sugar and it's all Bajan's fault. Let's go. So traditionally, we would use brown sugar. But we are in Canada, and so we'll use white sugar.
So for this method now, we have to make sure it's done quickly and rapidly. So we're going to put a few, I would say 2 scoops of sugar. And as we continue, it's going to get into a nice caramelized brown convection, just like me. And we're going to make sure that once that gets really hot, we're going to throw the chicken there immediately.
And a lot of people will say to themselves, will sugar make the chicken sweet? Well, when you are actually caramelizing the sugar, it removes the sweetness. And then what we're going to do later is add tomatoes into the stewed chicken, and it will actually extract the rest of the sweetness, creating a full-bodied flavor for chicken.
You talking about me or the chicken?
I mean, who's full-bodied and who's chicken? I wish we had a bartender. So how much sugar did you put again?
You know, again, it's so hard with the measurements. I would say that I would probably go 2.5 scoops.
So as much scoops as you put in your Kool-Aid or the sugar with your Frosted Flakes.
That's true. So this process can either be fast or slow depending on, I like this kind of cast iron kind of pot. It keeps heating quicker and it makes everything happen.
Now some Trinidadians at home are thinking to themselves, why is she not using a Dutch pot? Go find me one, alright? I don't have one. I am here in Edmonton, Alberta. Relax now, we're cooking nothing. With that being said, we do have time to make this brown, And in the meantime, between time, what are the other steps that you're going to take on?
So basically, prior to this, I added a little bit of oil in my chicken, so that way, once we add it to the sugar, it will not burn. So like I said, it's a very, very fast process, and once we get this in there, we're going to be turning it very rapidly.
Now, when you say fast process, explain to the people how fast. Because a fast wine, a slow wine, and a wine. Which one are you doing? How long would it take for the sugar to actually brown?
I think we're going to do a little, maybe like a little beige and Allison Hines. So we start off and maybe like pull up to your bumper wine.
All right.
And then when it starts, you go, you know, something like that.
All I know is that I want a wine. I don't know nothing about no sugar, but I definitely know what's sweet. Now, the point is that we need to get this started. So, is it ready to add in as yet?
No, Sterling, I think we're going to have about another 5 minutes and we should be ready.
So just in a few moments, we're going to come and check in, all right? So I want you guys to come zoom in the pot with me and see how it looks when it's nice and brown.
So like I mentioned, this process is very quick. We have to ensure that all the pieces are coated nicely. This would ensure a nice brown color. We got to make sure you hear that sizzling. Don't be scared, you just get right in there. Make sure all your pieces are going to be nicely coated.
See, what we're trying to teach a lot of people from Edmonton is how to capture a Trinidadian man. So, in whatever ethnicity you are, if you follow these instructions, you will find a Trini man at your door. Not all of them are good, but they will all come. So, how long do you brown the chicken? Let us know that.
Well, I think with this method, it's really up to your discretion. I like mine to be really, really dark because once you add the water, you might lose a little bit of color. So as long as you're stirring rapidly and you had a little bit of oil in there, that would captivate the colors and it would stay nice. So I would say probably anywhere between 5 to 8 minutes.
So for the next 5 to 8 minutes, what's going to happen is Cheryl's going to be doing her best to brown that chicken. If you're following along at home, make sure you're paying attention, lower your heat if needed, because what you do not want is for your sugar to burn. What will happen when the sugar burns will foul up the entire meal and you'd have to discard it. So please, pay attention to your pot. This is not the time to dance to Masha Montano or whoever it is that you love. This is the perfect time to pay attention to the chicken the same way you pay attention to your children.
And as you guys can see, it's a real nice captivating brown color. I'm making all these references. I feel like still talking about me though, because I'm nice and brown and sweet.
And we are back. And I apologize for my sweaty appearance and my frazzled hair. But whoo! I gotta give one more shout out to Cheryl and the Soca Fit class. She has that on regular. Follow her on @SocaFit, I believe, on Instagram. Now, between my breath, let's keep this show rolling. How many of you know what Extempo is? Well, Extempo is a lyrically improvised form of Calypso practiced mostly in Grenada and Trinidad and Tobago. It is a competitive war type of art form where competitors battle each other given with topics or current events over a Calypso beat. The National Extempo Monarch displayed each year at Trinidad Carnival showcases this art form. Up right now is a short clip from an Extempo.
Well, now on stage, as you all could see, is the gypsy and a young lady. If you want to know what we come here for, is just to start the Extempo war. Well, I want to know why she's
I don't know that you could teach people to Extempo. I don't know how to do it. What I do know is just something that I do. And it is something that other people do. And there's something that other people try to do. And it's something that comes naturally to other people. To me, it comes naturally. I am told that there's only one person that anybody know who has Extempo as good as me, not even Pretender. But there was a man named Executor who extempoed as I extempo. They said he was the best extempo singer that ever lived. I never met him, I don't know him at all. But I am told that he died, the history would show that he died in Mayaro, just around the time when I was born. And I do believe in reincarnation. So I don't know. I have been extempoing all my life, I just didn't know what it was. You know, that the word extempo came to bear later on in life, but we used to call it rhyming. Because when he was in school, I can't say some of the things that we used to rhyme in school here, because it used to be people rhyming against one another, rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat, what is that? And I can't tell you the balance that comes with all those kind of things, but you could rhyme it for yourself. And it was a whole lot of different things that we used to say. And I was the boss in it. It was basically rhyming insults because people's mother used to be involved in it. And yes, we rhymed on each other and very insultive as little children, you know. But for some reason or the other, I just had a wider insultive vocabulary than most of the others, I guess.
So before you go into a competition or you might say a battle?
I think about absolutely nothing whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. I go inside it just like I come and sit down here. And if there was something that I had to sing about, well, I sing about it. But I don't go into anything with any pre-notion. I don't know if it's a technique, and if it is, I don't even want to know. Because it's not something that I want to be conscious of. I've never been conscious of it, and I don't want to become conscious of it. So if that is so, then suffer it to be so. I don't know what it is, I just could do it. It's just something I do.
So you don't practice, or, I mean, if you're driving down the road, see something and extempo something about that fellow decide.
Well, my children would always say to me, Daddy, you can't talk without singing something on it. So yes, I guess I do that, but it's not in a conscious way of practicing. It just comes with the ability to do it, and I believe that instead of just saying it, sing it. Well, I come to sit down by you to do this interview, and look I keep doing more than that too. Because I tell you, my friend, I don't know what you're doing it for, but everything you ask him and asking more. So I going on and I want to know, now you asking me about extempo, so to prove to you what I'm saying is true, that is why I'm extempoing on you.
Okay, to answer your question, what we do it for is we archive this. We don't, somebody or us or some other person in the future will, I don't say might, will need a good interview with Winston Gypsy Peters. We want to have that available. Somebody really may want to do something on you personally, or on extempo, or on politics and calypso.
I am so glad to hear you say this. That's the reason why this institution exists. It's for you to document things, and I am glad documenting our culture of Trinidad. As a matter of fact, well, I'm glad I'm here to be doing this interview in this chair. So when you finish interviewing me, you would be having it here for posterity.
Winston Gypsy Peters, thank you very much.
And we are now back with our Fantastic Sunday. Before we get into some more live performances, I want to give a little bit of history about the beautiful music that is the calypso. Calypso music originated in Trinidad in the 17th century from the cultures of West Africa brought over during slavery. As with many art forms brought from the mainland, slaves used calypso to mock their oppressors and communicate with each other. As calypso developed, the role became known as a calypsonian. Modern calypso began in the 1800s with the fusion of different folk elements that began to rise in popularity. Calypso's early rise was closely tied to the rise in popularity of Trinidad Carnival. With the abolition of slavery in 1834, the rise of calypso competitions became more prominent. We have our own calypso organization here in Edmonton, the Calypsonian Cultural Association of Alberta, which showcases local calypso talent in promoting the music and the culture. And today, as I said, we will have some live Calypsonians performing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage very own Edmonton's own Stenny. Come on over, Stenny. Thank you so much for joining us. So,
thanks for inviting me.
And what will you be singing for the people them today?
Well, the song I'll be singing today is called Too Old to Soca.
Ah, classic. All right. Well, I'm not going to waste no more words on this stage. I'm going to turn it over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and get it online and watch. Take it away, Stenny.
Oh, bande dande, yeah. Day, dande, dande. When to a party, they only talking about me. I heard a little whisper. They say I too old to soca. But what I want them to know, soca came after Calypso. So I say, don't have no fear, I go try some soca this year. They say I'm too old to soca, hey, to soca, to boogie. They say I'm too old to soca, to boogie. They complaining, all they doing is criticizing. You want to know something? They ain't doing a damn thing. But like they forgetting, me Calypso name is just trying. So I sure don't have no fear. I go jam some soca this year. They say I'm too old to soca, to boogie. They say I'm too old to soca, to boogie. Raise your rag, wave your flag, my friends, that's not my bag. Count from 1 to 3, like they think you stupidity. Aye. Moving to the left, moving to the right, they making you sing all night. So I say, don't have no fear, I go jam some soca this year. They say I'm too old to soca, to boogie. They say I'm too old to soca, to boogie. Boy, jingity, jingity, banana, bogo, jingity, day. I'm too old to soca, to boogie. They say I'm too old to soca, hey, to soca, to boogie. Oh, yeah, yeah, ay, 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 yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, hey, hey, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, to soca, hey, to soca, to boogie. They say I'm too old to soca, hey, to soca, to boogie. They say I'm too old to soca, to boogie.
Watch me conquer, begging the Lord please forgive her. All her was doing and you and moon and good, he want to touch me conquer. And when I asked him why, she started to cry.
There was a constable, police came in the force there in the market, and they now come in there bad, you know. City constable, small. Girl, I did during the weekend, the sale is slow. And he walking, coming down on duty, they now come. And while the pastor was singing, he tell me, stop singing.
Imagine that.
I stopped. That was the law.
And that was where?
The George Street Market.
George Street
I
Market.
want people to know the history of this thing, you know.
Yes.
And I just feel proud. When you pass through those storms, and you come today, say, here am I. In George Street Market, that was in the early 60s. And I singing. And he tell me, stop. He passed and he gone by the gate. So he went back up, making it round. When he came back round, he met me whistling. He said, give me a name and address. I see the man put here. I can't believe it's down the road. Take out the notebook. I tell him, Anthony Hendrickson. Say we live in Guinea 7. I say, boss, I could ask you, what is the charge? He said, you were singing and whistling. So right there, I tried to I said, but just a minute, I'm going to sing and it stopped.
Right,
No one whistling,
right.
he said, I tried a different way.
The two of them.
I say, boss, I'm a parent of mine, my mother and thing. You could give my little chance? He said, tell the magistrate that. That was in the early 60s, Twiggy. He gave me the summons. I went to court. I put on my little blue shirt, short sleeve, and my short khaki pants because I always small. Yes, I go in Piccadilly School. City Constable Small. Yes, sir. Anthony Hendrickson, yes, sir. You are charged for singing and whistling at the Eastern Fish Market. Guilty or not guilty? I'm guilty with a cause, sir. I said, sir, I have a problem. He said, what's the problem? I said, my mother homesick with a stroke. My last brother and my little sister, and I have to help them. We are no father. And I just go and credit the fish on the wharf for Mr. Randolph and Vivian, and they give me through, they know my mother. I just go and sell it. And when I sell it, I just carry the money for them the next day and thing. The court boiling, oh God, it's a silence. And when I talk, a woman talk too loud, she said, oh God, the man bring you here for that? And I'm going down so man. But I have the magistrate only watching me and he going so.
Shaking the head,
magistrate watching me. Question now. I say, so, I just see some of the fellas in George Street doing some things. I will never do that. The magistrate asked me, you love Calypso? I said, yes, sir. That is my culture, Trinidad and Tobago. He said, it ain't to say I ain't have a sense of humor. He said, all right. And I started going up, man. Jesus Christ. I said, so, had I known it is an offense for singing and whistling, I would have never so. He said, I would believe you. I never knew to me. I said, so, I'm a spiritual person. My family, I don't do nothing wrong. I respect the officer. And I wouldn't do such thing. The magistrate said, well, he said, Twiggy, I wouldn't charge you. The magistrate, you sure you love the Calypso? I said, yeah. The magistrate tell me, I'm hoping to come to the Calypso tent and hear you singing one day.
Wow.
The magistrate tell me that. That was in the early 60s. He said, Hendrickson, I dismiss your case. Sonny Small forget it by the prosecutor, he called the ball. Oh, God. You said hard. The magistrate look at him. When I'm going to turn, and when I read by the door, I take a bow. Nice. When we coming down the steps, here the police now. But Tony, you know that is an offense. I say, you wanted me to tell the magistrate that I know it's an offense. You tell him that too? Come in. Case dismissed. I say, well on. 1989, we in New York. I had your song, Jimmy Swaggart. He never touched me Kankala. And people in the back of the museum in New York, the place packed. Oh God, they're coming to see me. While I walking in with Diane and Shola and walking, I hear all wrong there. All wrong there, plenty of people come here. But when I hear Tony, I said that person had to know me.
You had to, exactly.
I turn back and I walk into the gate. As I walk in, going to the gate, Tony, I do so. I see Sonny. I tell the securities, I say, let my manager pass in there for me, please.
That's the same policeman?
Yes, Sonny Small. He opened the gate. They open the gate and they let them. I say, well, what is happening? I say, we pass on this side. He come in. He ain't know what I'm talking about because he come in. And then he hugged me up and he tell me two daughters, look, the man I nearly sent to prison for singing Calypso. God. And he come. I make the usher and them, Joyce and them, put him sit down up in front. And I sing for God, myself and Sonny.
All right, we're back. Pleasant Sunday to everyone. I am Nandi. My Calypso sobriquet is Short and Sweet. And I'll be singing a song that I wrote as a small dedication to my grandma. It's called To Granny. You may call her Mumsy, you call her Mama Aggie. may call her granny, oh, nan, 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 mommy. But she is the one providing and holding on, stretching her pension for the hope of a generation. Hey, granny, she would chew up sweetie in paper so you don't choke. And granny, she keep you safe, make sure you on your inside. On the road, granny will never leave a girl child at home alone. Mom and daddy doing their own thing, granny we're doing the child minding. Oh, granny, oh. Twists and stones, granny making sure you know your worth, cautioning you to present yourself to your book. Hey, that is granny, our one and only. I love my granny. She is a beauty. Whoa, what a granny. Heaven will send she. Granny, oh. Granny, oh. Granny, who plays retail up the road up Mount Hope Hill. You're mad to think you could start the week without God. She not in no mood for skylarking, not on a Sunday morning. She with umbrella in hand and we in the fancy church dan. She makes sure we know about the Almighty man. Boy, granny, she show you how to make real brew with cookie egg. And granny can make all kind of bush tea. She get you sugar water when you bounce your head. It's granny, how I come to know that pan real sweet. Rum and rhythm shaking the notes, and I hearing about melody in the grandstand. Oh, my granny, oh. Throwing 4 and 5, susu hand. One pot of cocoa pie, she feeding all we children. If it wasn't for she, we won't have no brought up seat. Wait, that is granny, our one and only. Oh, I love my granny. Heaven will send she. Go and bless up your granny. Send her some money. Granny, oh. Don't try and dismiss we as barrel children. Not from nothing that we coming from. It's granny. Granny. Thank you, granny. Oh. Thank you.
So one of the major ingredients that we're missing today that a lot of Trinidadians are probably wondering why we don't have is
Not wheat.
shadow Bayesian or just wheat.
Keep talking.
Alright. So the one thing that we're missing is shadow benny, or as many of you would call it, culantro. So the reason why we don't have it is because I'm late. I was supposed to pick it up and I didn't do it. I'm a great boss, terrible employee.
Shadow Benny, isn't in that song? Wave, shadow, something like that you guys just think about?
Oh boy, Bayesians, they're cute. Anyways, we've got about a few more minutes before we move on to the next step, which is bringing the, after it's been caramelized, right? Now we have to bring the chicken to a boil so that it now lets the chicken cook properly within it. While that is happening, what we're going to add in is some tomatoes. And I personally like to add in a little bit more of what we already had seasoned it with so that it gives it a nice full-bodied aroma. So we'll add in some tomato, some onions, some cilantro, and of course, my favorite, peppers. Now a lot of people say they can't handle pepperness in their food, and if they can't, You're not Trini.
So as you guys can see, it's coming up to a really nice brown color. And the reason why we keep on stirring it because we want to make sure that everything is still evenly coated. And you don't want to lose none of that original brown sugar consistency.
If your brown sugar starts to look like its life matters, you have cooked it too long. Alright? That is a good tip for everybody at home.
Right, so now we're going to go in, and I like to boil my water. And we're going to add a little water. That's
I'll take that for
you.
you.
So we had boiled this, and we just add a little bit of water there to help it along.
And at this point in time, I'm going to add in just a little bit more of the seasonings that we already used to help season it. What's going to happen is I want to bring out a full, robust flavor. I want you to taste the cilantro. I want you to taste the onions, the peppers. So that's why we're just adding in just a teensy bit more of it while it's cooking. Again, make sure you pay attention. Now, if you're using the browning seasoning style, it's a lot easier. You don't have to worry about the peppers burning or anything like that. So with that being said, we're not using browning. There's nothing wrong with using browning, but today we're trying to keep it as close to my grandmother's heart as possible. So we're going to now move on with adding in some of these other things. Could you hold that for me, please? So now I said earlier that we're going to put in some tomatoes. Now here's why we say tomatoes. What happens is these tomatoes will actually suck up and take up some of the sweetness out of the sugar as it's browning. So we're going to add in about half of this. Let's just do the whole thing. If you don't know how to season your food as a Trinidadian, as the meme says, season until your ancestors tell you stop. And my ancestors, well, they don't stop with. There we go. So that's all of the tomato. That will come to a stew and will help stew it up. Many people at home right now are saying, of course you just use tomato to make stew chicken. What are you saying? Hush up. All right, let's continue. I want to add in also some of our peppers. All right, let's get in some of these. Of course, some onion, some white onion. Right. And we have some cilantro and parsley. So that was green onion. That was green onion. And of course, this is a very special ingredient. This is not bought in any store. This bay leaf is procured directly from the president of Cariwest's backyard. So we will add this with love, care, and freeness. All right. One more thing that we should always have in your stew chicken is garlic and ginger. That's what we have in here, and we're gonna add it as well. All right.
So as you can see, this is a very nice dish coming up here. Got a lot of colors. That's how we are. Just like Cariwest, we're very colorful. All the aromas are starting to come in. So we're going to go ahead and cover that down and let it work its magic on its own.
Ooh, it's smelling nice.
Put a lid on this, and then we're going to come right back and we're going to handle that macaroni pie.
Alright, so now we're going to move on to the macaroni pie while our stewed chicken simmers and prepares itself under a beautiful cover of amazing aromas.
Alright, now that the macaroni is done, we got to give that a nice little rinse off with some cold water.
Now, why do you use cold water to rinse it off?
Cold water usually makes it stop from sticking.
Ah,
and
so
sometimes because it's so hot, it will still be cooking, so that actually stops it from keep cooking.
So, if you guys didn't hear her because she's Bayesian, what she said was she's going to rinse cold water on the noodles to help it to stop cooking, but also to keep it separate. That's very important. A lot of people end up, when they boil the noodles, have all the noodles stuck together and then wonder why they can't get that nice flat macaroni pie. So thank you for giving that tip, and make sure to rinse your noodles off with cold water.
Thank you, sir. So once we get this all nicely dried out here, we're going to put it in our bowl, and we're going to continue to do our adding of the spices.
Alright, so now that we've got our noodles drained, one of the very important ingredients in order to make macaroni pie is eggs. What eggs do is they help the noodles stick together and keep it so that it stays in pie form. With that being said, we're going to use 3 eggs because we have a lot of hungry bellies in the room tonight that is not on camera. Most people would probably use 2, maybe even 1 if it's a personal size. So, 1, 2. Alright. Now we're just gonna want to get a nice good, you know what I'm saying? Put your wrist into it. If people are watching right now being like your wrist is limp, it is. I had Soca fitness class and it was very difficult.
Sir, then what you waiting for? Put your back in it.
Oh God.
What you waiting for? Put your back in it. I don't see you moving though. You're very stiff.
Yeah. Me being stiff is exactly how, okay. So, now that we've got the eggs nice and whipped up, now we're gonna add it to our noodles so that we can make sure the noodles stick together during the process when they're cooking in the oven.
It's very important when we start a macaroni pie, make sure that you baste your dish with some basil margarine. So I'm just gonna take my paper here and lightly go across the dish to make sure all corners are coated so you don't ensure no burnings when it goes inside the oven. There we go. So make sure it's all even on every side. There we go.
And yes, you can use butter as well, you sticklers. Alright? If you want to use butter, of course butter is accepted. So please go ahead and use butter as well as basil for all you sticklers at home. I'm not reading the comments because I know a lot of you as miserable people who have nothing to do better than sit down in my comments and question me, my buttering. Don't worry how I butter up my things, just know it will taste right. What we're going to do is add it to our noodles. When we add it to the noodles, we're going to then stir it up so that it's nice and helps the noodles stick together while it's cooking. So let's put that in. Right? Zangyo. Let's just get it in nice and good. Mixing in the eggs is very important that we get it in really well. Because if the egg does not get to all of the noodles, what will happen is when your macaroni pie comes out of the oven, it'll fall apart. And that's not what you want when you're trying to impress somebody's auntie.
And another point too with the eggs, you got to make sure it happens really rapidly because you don't want them to scramble.
Oh, that too. All right, so now that we've got that in. All right, so now that the noodles are all nice and mixed in with the egg, we're now going to start putting it in our pan. So let's move along. All right, there you go.
We are going to make sure we get all the spices in there, Sterling.
Now, this is where we differ. Me personally, the only spice I need inside my macaroni pie is more cheese. Alright?
We'll get to that, but let's make sure we got to give that a nice little flavor.
Show me what you do.
So we're going to go back in and add almost something similar to what we had in the chicken. So we're going to go in there with some black pepper. We're going to have some thyme in there. A little bit of parsley. And some paprika to give it that lovely color. So one thing, I'm not too sure if the Trinidadians do it, but we add some yellow mustard for that color. We'll go right in there. And then also we're going to add a little bit of pepper in there, even though we have the black pepper, we're going to have a little liquid Scotch bonnet. And then my favorite part, we got to add a little condensed milk. You know what condensed? Condensed, get it with the condensed.
You know, I heard that song a lot of times. I didn't know that's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Mainly because it was a Bajan song.
The girl's sweet.
The girl is sweet?
Yeah.
This is evaporated.
You don't worry yourself, man. Give me that there, right? So any which way, we're going to go back in and mix. We just call everything condensed milk, no matter if it's evaporated or condensed.
There's a huge difference.
You don't worry yourself, man.
In the cooking world, you'd be wrong.
Who's wrong, you or me?
Well, I cook right, you cook left.
Listen, I do an team, boy.
I know. And that's what we're calling it, a team.
Alright, so now we're going to make sure that all of that is nice and mixed. And we still want to go back in there and make sure we got evaporated milk, if you please.
Because she said condensed, evaporated, condensed, evaporated.
See, that's the thing with you. You like to stick to what people say.
No, I stick to what people read.
Alright, so when you mix that up, Sterling says he was so excited about the cheese. Go on with the cheese.
Alright, so now I have done, about 2 packs of cheese. So if you are a diabetic, do not follow my recipe, because I don't care about you. So, we're going to take the pan, and here's how we make macaroni pie. As delicious as macaroni pie is, it's a very simple process to make. Once we finish boiling the noodles, and seasoning them and adding egg to them. Now what we're going to do is apply layers, much like lasagna, and add the cheese to it. So, layer number 1, hit me with it.
Now Sterling, I got all the spices in. I'm gonna add a little onion for my final thing here.
Hey, John says add a lot of things.
Yeah, we just add major things, you know.
Much like the syllables in your sentences.
But always end up good. Alright, so now we get that little mix. So I'm going to bring it on to you into your cheese roll there.
Alright, so I'm going to ask for your help here.
Sure.
So what we're going to do, with the macaroni pie, we're going to put a layer of noodles, add cheese, layer the noodles, add cheese, and then finally add all the cheese.
See, now that's something that is new for me, because normally in the Bajan world, I just put all the cheese in at one time and then put it into the top. I'm learning.
And that's why the Bajan world is not existent right now while we're cooking. Go ahead.
Alright, so we're going to go in and we're going to add a little layer.
Right now, Bajans everywhere hate me.
Don't worry, we're going to soon edit you out, man. We're about you.
It's alright. All the Bajans that want to comment, don't worry, we can't read what you're saying anyways.
Alright, so we're just going to go in there and make sure that it's even across. Get all your corners in there. As you guys can see all of the...
It smells amazing. I'll give you credit.
Spices in there.
I'll give you credit on that. It smells great.
Better than your Old Spice, right?
I mean, Old Spice don't get you women. Macaroni cheese will.
Alright, so we're going to go ahead.
Alright, so we're going to do our first. Like I said, I put 2 packs of cheese and we just apply it liberally. When I mean liberally, I mean apply like.
Alright, that was amazing, Sterling.
No, I'm not done yet. I ain't done yet. What now? Here we go. Alright, now a little more.
Okay. What's left for the top?
By the way, my hands have been washed thoroughly, so if you guys are wondering, it is.
You have nice nails, by the way, Sterling.
Oh, good no. I didn't realize that. I don't pay attention to my hands, you know.
No, they're nice.
Oh, thank you.
Well manicured.
They're not manicured.
I know I'm just saying that. But anyhow, we're going to make sure we put that in really nicely.
So I like to do like a lasagna style of macaroni pie. So I'm going to add another layer of cheese, and then she's going to add another layer of noodles, and then I'm going to add every bit of cheese we have left on top. Here's an extra tip that if you want to try it, it is one of mine from home. Take cornflakes, crunch it up, and apply it to the top of the macaroni pie when done applying the cheese, and it'll give it a very nice crispy flavor. Some people like to use breading, but I prefer to use whatever I'm making for breakfast in the morning.
Lucky charms?
I mean, I ain't that lucky, but I'm damn sure I charm. So we'll add in another layer of cheese. The reason why I do it layered is because what's going to happen is that the cheese will melt through, and every single bite will feel like every Trini man with his wife, because it feels like you're cheating on your loved one. So, with
it's a real macaroni boy, geez. Alright.
Macaroni?
Yeah.
Stop mama guy in my business. Anyway. We're gonna need a little bit more cheese because we'll add that in. Yeah? Yeah?
Cross like this. No, my little pretty things, I don't really go like that at home, so we go back in there and spread it up. Spread it up.
It looks fantastic.
Right.
I love the way this is smelling already. I cannot wait till I get it out of the oven. I have to give you commendation because I did not believe in the mustard.
Yes, it
I
gives
did
a
not
nice
believe
color,
in
a nice flavor.
I mean, all macaroni matters, right?
That's right, and I think you learned something. I learned something for you today because I wasn't used to this layer technique.
I learned that we need subtitles when you speak. Now, we should. We're gonna add. So I ran out of cheese because I love liberal cheese. All right, I like my cheese like Trudeau, liberal. So what we're going to do is add a little bit more cheese onto it, and then we're gonna slap this bad boy in the oven. Now, tell us, how long do you typically leave your macaroni pie in the oven to?
So that process I was saying that if you want to get that nice crust with the corn flakes, I usually leave it in between 35 to 45 minutes, but 45 minutes will definitely.
At what temperature?
We're going to go in and do 350, 180.
All right, 350 or 180 degrees Fahrenheit for all my American friends watching. All right, so we're going to add a little bit more cheese. All right, and we're going to slap it in the oven. Let's get it in.
Right.
Aye, aye, aye. That meal's looking real nice. But we'll get back to that in a minute. And right now, we have a very, very special presentation for everybody. Because today, we are going to put on our feature film entitled Pan, Our Music Odyssey. It's a documentary that was filmed and produced in 2014 that tells the story of the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago, the only new acoustic musical instrument invented in the 20th century. Pan is interlaced with dramatic reenactments of the rag-to-riches story of the steel band movement, which was born into poverty and violence before climbing to its highest levels of social and artistic acceptance, without losing its life or death urgency. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this amazing documentary entitled Pan, Our Musical Odyssey. Take it away.
Every year, thousands of fans rush to the South Caribbean to hear ensembles of metallic drums, the most amazing sound invented in the 20th century. Everything started in the 1940s when some street boys stole an oil drum. Without knowing it, they launched a human adventure still reverberating beyond the confines of our island. And I was part of it. But you can't change history without a bit of damage. And we had our fair share of war and grief and pain before the violence subsided and music won. Now worshippers come from Japan, France, the USA and Africa to celebrate in their musical mecca the high mass of the steel drum. The Pan. It all started one night in 1947. It was a hot night. I was 20 years old. I was like any other fellow of my age, and it's with their voice that I'm speaking to you today. I was afraid of nothing. I was Trinidadian. My blood was full of music, but I was poor. Without money, we had no instruments, so we played with anything we got our hands on. And back then, what was it that made the most noise?
Easy. Help him. Let's see if I got next one, right? While you're waiting.
I had an idea. The war was over, but oil that fed Allied planes was still pumping. And there were hundreds of steel drums, 55-gallon oil drums. Me, I dreamt that with something of this size, I could impress my boys 55 times more.
Hey! He's coming, go, he's come! Quick, before he comes. Hurry up. Yeah, let me go.
We loved movies. Our favorite star was Humphrey Bogart, so our band was the Maltese Falcons. We used to beat on dustbins, biscuit tins and basins. It didn't sound too bad.
Oh shit, go back.
Because they were made out of steel, our bands became steel bands. But no one had yet tried 55-gallon oil drums. We were going to mash up the place and destroy the other bands.
You're stealing it, man. You're stealing the people's drum. That alone is the danger. You're stealing it, you could get locked up.
Come.
The first pan I bought was for $8. And I kept real hell to raise that $8. So even though it was cheap, you couldn't, so they'd go and steal them.
Right at the side.
And they would thief it from the company and get in the dry river. Because they didn't want to pass through the streets, if the police see them, they'd be locked up.
The American soldiers were leaving. The British government and the police were heating up the place. The slightest false move could land you in jail. Trinidad was only a colony, and we only descendants of slaves.
And we go on. They go up on the hills in Laventille. But you know, they have some narrow road up there. That's why we used to go up there, because the police van couldn't pass there.
The rich folks had taken over downtown with access to the port and beaches. We lived in the hills, in neighborhoods full of secret hiding spots.
It became a sort of cat and mouse game. I mean, they would break the law, but it was also partly, you know, boys playing rough sports to get away from the police. But of course, the police didn't see it as a sport. I mean, they would get more angry and beat them and things like that.
At the hiding spots, we got together and hid our pots and pans. To turn them into musical instruments took an alchemist, half musician, half blacksmith, and we had the best. He was our leader. He always looked at you sideways, so we called him Fish Eye.
Fellas, I get the drums.
You take my pliers to chase that stupid idea?
I go cut it and sink it, you just had to tune it.
But I already tell you, you're too big and ugly to be in my steel band. And you too small and stupid. Just take all the junk and clutter somewhere else.
Fish Eye didn't want to understand, or he was angry I hadn't told him. I never really knew, but for me everything shifted from that moment. I took back my drums and made a promise to myself. If I could make something out of it, I wasn't going to let Fish Eye touch it. He'd just have to continue to play with his old dented bins and pots. Of course, I was wrong. So, 60 years later, Laventille has changed a lot. Our hideouts have long disappeared, and life is not the same. Back then, being in a steel band was like being a delinquent. Nowadays, if you're part of a steel band, you're the pride of the neighborhood. This kid's name is Giovanni. Tonight, for the first time in his life, he's officially entering a steel pan competition in one of the best bands on the island, the Trinidad All-Stars. A steel band with roots going back to the origins of what we were creating. What's happening to Giovanni was my greatest dream. In the meantime, our hideouts have become pan yards, spaces totally dedicated to these steel instruments. Here, in the pan yards, no score sheets, no notes. Only eyes to understand and ears to feel. The alchemy of pan is in the sharing.
It does be fun in the pan yard. It does make new friends.
Learning to play the pan by showing one another bring us closer together. You know? Just have a love for one another. You look, you come and show me, you know, and they're willing to show it to you and all like that.
The practice, it does be hard, but we just enjoy it. And practice makes perfect.
It doesn't require complex manual dexterity like, say, a guitar or a saxophone or even a piano. Very, very early, people get the pleasure of producing music, and that's what pushes you to go further.
Every evening when the heat of the day dies down, the neighborhood comes together. Musicians and neighbors flock to the pan yard. From January the 1st to the big competition in February, the bands expand with musicians from everywhere. Their compositions are created, and the trance takes over. Today, the steel bands have up to 120 players. In my time, there were only a dozen or so.
Gold teeth! Gold teeth! Two officers come to the house to ask mommy about you.
Shit! If you was with him, you better go from here as well.
Yeah, come. Search your premises.
Back then, the cops weren't kidding around. I was worried for my little brother.
Who your name, Gold Teeth?
And I had burnt my bridges with Fisheye and the Maltese Falcons.
What? Don't play up in your ass with me here today, no. I beat your ass till you can't grow, no. Whichever one all your name, Gold Teeth. Step up now.
That was it. The night of the robbery, the watchman heard my name. Gold Teeth.
They have no gold teeth here.
We're taking you off.
I ain't seen no oil drums here.
What do you think I have no damn oil drum, man? So where's this, man? Let me tell you something.
Fisheye might be mad at me, but he wouldn't betray
You
me.
might be lucky today.
Anyway, I'd taken my drums.
It's bad.
It's just that now, the cops knew our hideout.
If I should find him here. Listen. Well, gentlemen, all you go get it. All.
No drums, no evidence. The cops knew that they would never put their hands on them. They could break down the whole place. I'd already cut the top off the drum.
Your brother. Your brother.
And the rest of it had been thrown in the sea.
Your brother. Look at my clothes. Look at my clothes. Look at...
It was extremely violent.
Police used to lock them up, beat them. They say it's a noisy instrument, disturbing the peace.
People who gravitate towards it. At that time, Siripan was considered as delinquents.
Just stay away from the panyard until I come. Alright? Tell mommy I'm going to visit auntie. I'll see you in a few weeks when things cool down.
My idea was to work the oil drum into a large-size instrument. To make a pan with a sound no one had ever heard, and I didn't even know how to start. Besides my little brother, I was the only one to believe this possible. At that time, the World War had just finished. The world was torn apart. I was going to discover that music had no boundaries. This is Chihiro. She just arrived from Tokyo, where she plays pan with talent and passion. She's been teaching pan in Tokyo for the past 10 years. This is the first time in her life that she's come here to the birthplace of pan.
それが至る所にいろんなバンドのパンヤードが街中にたくさんあって、なんて言ったらいいんだろう。人数もやっぱり日本とは全然違う人数で迫力もあったので、ただ単にもう驚きでいっぱいというか、街中にスティールパンの音が聞こえていて、なんかすごくスティールパンの国に来たんだなっていう気持ちになったのを覚えてます。ありましたね、正直。フェーズ2に入りたいなって思った時が一番ドキドキしてたんですけども、初めて来た時はやっぱり話もできないし、ちゃんとここで演奏したい、パノラマに出たいっていうことをきちんと伝えられるかどうかっていうのがすごく不安で、もう本当に不安でいっぱいでしたね。
Chihiro made the long journey from her home in Tokyo for one reason: to join one of the most creative steel bands in the world, Phase 2 Pan Groove. Many come, but few are chosen. Phase 2 is led by a maverick arranger. His name is Len Bugsy Sharp, nicknamed the Mozart of Pan, as much for his intuitive musical genius as for his unpredictable and undisciplined character.
Phase 2 just celebrate 40 years. Out of the 40 years, I arranged 38 times. And so far, it's doing very well.
Watch it, y'all. Come on.
You want to learn something about music, you want to elevate yourself in music, come to Phase 2.
すごくアレンジの勉強にもなるし、強くとかクレッシェンドとか、なんかそういう簡単な単語で本当に表していて、それに対してバンドのメンバーもすごく反応していて、僕自身の言うことに対して。
The steel band is not just a band of musicians. They're also the fans and those who make up the life in the pan yard. The audience, the curious, aficionados, all are welcome. What is important is to have numerous supporters.
First begin, I cannot read or write music, right? Because I go it's from the Lord Almighty, the Father. When I do a song, so I mumble the melody in my head, like this song, right? Now when I write it, I picture what happened in the savannah. People jumping on my car, hey, making noise. So I arrange into that action. I create the music to suit that.
The things we do and what we say.
In the meantime, I was feeling very lonely. And there would have been no Mozart of Pan without my little intervention in the history of the instrument.
The way we look into our lives, the things we never seem to realize, the way we're living today, how it makes me wonder, oh how I wonder.
If I wanted to look ahead, I first had to touch base with some history. My godmother, Gerard, was a famous healer, one of these women who had kept alive our ancestral links to Africa. Our ancestors' spirituality lived on in her.
Because of that need.
I said I wasn't afraid of anything. That's true, except for one thing, Mother Gerard's scolding.
I'm glad you come. The lead drummer got sick and couldn't make it.
A voice just tell me check Mother Gerard.
Stephen, stop it. How come you visiting me now?
I got in some trouble in town. I said I give it a rest in the country.
What kind of trouble?
Steel band thing. It was just a little mix-up, you know.
I don't want to hear any excuses.
Alright. But if it wasn't for that trouble, you wouldn't have got a drummer. So you see, the Lord works in mysterious ways.
Stephen, stop making joke. I don't want to see you encouraging the boys around here and any slackness here.
I promise.
If I see you up to any mischief, I will send you straight back to town like a full bus. So long, I see. Look at you, look at you.
I had read somewhere, when you're not quite sure where you're going, you should stop and look at where you come from. With Mother Gerard and her African rituals, I was going to dive into our traditions and culture. I was hoping for a sign. That evening, I was the lead drummer, the one supposed to summon the ancestors and their ancient gods. And all night, the drum and I, united by the heartbeat of the world, we became one. Today in Trinidad, the Africans live together with the Indians, Europeans, and Chinese. Our people became one people. There's a steel band exploring more in depth this idea of blending people and influences. It's Birdsong. It was formed in the 70s by university radicals. Their musical inspiration is so avant-garde that they've had a hard time getting enough players to enter the large bands category. That's like the heavyweight division. But this year, Birdsong is led by a composer who has brought 50 players from the US and France. Born in New York, his name is Andy Narell, and he wants to take Birdsong to the finals as a big band.
My first experiences with steel band were when I was a little kid. I was 7 years old, and my father was doing social work with street gangs. And he was always looking for community center activities that would get the kids interested. My dad had seen a steel band once, a small steel band from St. Thomas or something like that. The first interesting thing he discovered was that this whole thing had been created by the kinds of kids that he was working with. It was a similar environment. We checked it out, and then he brought a few home, and that was it. We started playing.
Andy has been playing pan since he was 6 years old. His compositions are performed by steel bands around the world.
What I'm trying to bring here is just to be one of the people that says it's still about the music. It's still about creating new music all the time, and everybody should be as different from each other as possible. That's great. You're in Trinidad. Everybody honks. Here we go.
Listen up. I'm not fooling about this. This is a very difficult, this is a whole different situation now, the way we're set up. So let's just get going and start playing the music. We'll take it from the top to the bottom, nice and slow. 1, 2, go 1, 2.
And if Birdsong is mainly made up of foreigners, they still don't choose any and everybody. Ava may be French, but her crib was a pan. She's a pan woman, young but already recognized.
Moi, on m'a mis au pan assez tôt, parce que mon papa m'emmenait aux répétitions. Donc tous les dimanches, j'allais au pagnard avec mon père et mes sœurs. Donc j'en entends parler depuis un moment. Quand il est décédé, je m'y suis mise vraiment et j'ai pas lâché. Depuis ce temps-là, je me dis cette année je vais à Trinidad, cette année je vais à Trinidad. C'est assez particulier en fait le projet avec Andy Narell parce que lui-même, dès le début, savait qu'il amenait quelque chose de nouveau, donc quelque chose qui serait pas forcément accepté dans le milieu du pan, et c'est son projet de faire changer les choses.
15 years ago, Andy made the news by being the first foreign arranger to tackle Panorama. This year, with Birdsong never having won a Panorama, his challenge is almost insane. Insane. That's what I was with my dream. It's never easy to shake things up. There was a little countryside band not far from Mother Gerard's place.
Morning.
In town, no one would have bet a cent on these guys.
Come on, sit down, noise.
Come and play a hand with the boys, huh? You should have heard him last night. He ain't easy with the drum. Mother Gerard Godson.
Mother Gerard Godson have a name? Ice gold teeth. On the bar gold teeth. Iron. No longer walking with this thing?
Pick up your cards, man.
At least it's in cat and bag. Far from. Or somebody to tune this.
That clumsy ass thing.
Listen now. This is all you have. This is all you could get. You hearing that? Imagine if you just tune it. You hearing that? It could hold 10 more notes. 10 times harder to tune. 10 times heavier too.
So are you playing tennis or?
Bring it here. Let me try it.
And this is how magic happened. Under the thud of the stone, the heat of the fire, and the pressure of water, the modern pan was born. On that day, an ordinary oil drum became a true instrument. The only steel acoustic musical instrument invented in the 20th century. Of course, the hand of man played a part. And that young fella who managed to tune that 55-gallon drum was the first of a large brotherhood, without whom nothing could have started. Masters of fire, steel, and sound. They are called tuners.
The word tuner is something of a misnomer because a tuner is the person who actually makes the instrument.
In the early days, some of the players used to try to tune their own instrument because there were not many notes on each drum. But as it became more intricate, then the tuner now became indispensable.
Well, without the tuner, you're in trouble. He have to keep your instrument right there. He have to make sure everything is right.
It takes someone about 7 years of your life to develop the skill to meet the given standard, the standard that we have achieved today. To reach that standard, you must dedicate your life for 7 years practicing this thing. And everybody will do that. It's difficult. You find you have more ranges because your ranges is like music literacy and so on. But the pan tuning thing is very difficult.
To become a tuner, you had to have ears that were unimaginably sharp. It's like the person, the conductor who could listen to a symphony orchestra and point out, you the third violin, your fourth string is out of tune. They had to have ears like that.
You had to have the experience to be able to do that. You have to be doing it for a very long time.
All year, the tuners live and labor in the shadows. For Panorama, they come out into the limelight.
When you see a name on that banner, pan tuned by Clifford Alfred and so on, and the first time it was like unbelievable. It's hardly a word to explain. You talk about you're hearing your voice, you're hearing your effort, you're hearing your sweat because you sweat a lot to make a pan, and you sing and you burn. Is a era in my life, experience that I don't think I'll ever forget.
いうこと聞いてみたいなっていうことがパッと英語にできなかったりするので、聞けずにこう我慢しなきゃいけなかったりとか、どんなスティック使ってるのかとか、そういう音を出すにはどうしたらいいのかとか、プレイヤーとして聞いてみたいことって結構あるんですけど。
Almost ready to give up, Shihiro hangs on to one thing: the sharing. The magic of music, the tension of competition. No need for words to feel the intensity of the challenge, to be the best steel band. At All Stars, they really are giving it their all. Rehearsal after rehearsal, Giovanni has no choice. As on top of the music, there's the Panyard honor to defend at whatever cost.
No, pan finished 3 o'clock. I went home, sleep, no bed, sleep. Then I get 2 hours rest, wake up, go to school, do my schoolwork, come back home, revise, then go back to the Panya.
This year, the Panorama is 50 years old. This year, every steel band has the same dream: to win the 50th anniversary competition. Birdsong has not made it into the big band finals since before these players were born. The uncertainty is brewing amongst them. To win, some prefer the shiny cliches and the effects that the judges like, but Andy can't accept that. His choice is clear. He wants to tell a musical story.
It's funny because the guys who created Steel Band and who created the band were totally anti-establishment. They were totally in rebellion. I don't understand why this same society that created that is content to say, okay, this is what it is now, and we're going to let it. We don't want people to rock the boat anymore.
Andy is perhaps the most professional band player in the world. He's very intense. So it is a new regime. So I don't think if there is pushback, it has very little to do with the music or the influx of quote-unquote foreigners. It will more be that the manner and level of discipline which has been alien for quite a while.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the band from Kobotown. Welcome, Cariwest.
A crisis like what is happening with Birdsong happens every time you want to have a revolution. I know something about it, me who was ejected from the Maltese Falcons. Panorama didn't exist back then. We played in the movie theaters, one of the few spaces where we were allowed to make noise. With Boomtown, I had fine-tuned the first song with an oil drum. No one had seen this yet, and certainly not heard. Our one desire was to present the unheard. Only one thing I hadn't thought about: the Red Army Band. The worst enemy of the Falcons. The most virulent of all the bands.
Red Army! Red Army!
Actually, they weren't just a band. They were also a fighting gang.
Settle, settle. And now, people, the cream of the countryside, fresh from the farm and smelling like goats. Yes, goat I say, but hoping to blow you away. Boom! town!
Well, you know what they do?
Starboy, with the big pan.
What pan?
Come here. I have something to tell you.
What you had to tell me?
Now fucking catch that boy!
When a band like the Red Army were humiliated, they were worse than mad dogs. Somehow we were lucky that night that they were satisfied with just stealing my invention. At first I was furious. I just confirmed that my idea was destined for a great future.
I was in the Red Army.
Anytime you hear Red Army, you put that together with violence at that time.
That was the worst band for rioting.
They were fighting for pride in the instrument, pride in their area. So our area has the best band. Our band played the best tune. Our band has the best instruments.
It was like war. It was like war, and they used to use some terrible sort of weapon. They say a man will take a fork and make a dagger and all this sort of thing, right? So that time was a very, very, very horrid time as far as the steel band is concerned. They had a lot of violence.
Over the years, the violence of the fights changed into a rage-to-win panorama. And if we look properly, many of the big enemies of yesteryear still exist today. All-stars, desperados, invaders, renegades, Southern Marines.
And the panorama started in 1963.
The trick was to channel this rivalry, this intense passion for your band into non-violent means without killing it.
Tonight is a very special night, the last before the semi-finals. Tomorrow, 17 bands will clash, and only 10 will move forward to the finals.
Panorama is big stress, I tell you, and but I feel real good about where we are with the music, and the band's playing beautiful. If we play the way we're playing here, I think we're going to do very well tomorrow night.
Trinidad All Stars. We ready? All right. Here's what. This is a band that has a tradition. Do we have the tradition? Do we have the talent? Do we have the music? Let's give a round of applause to the Smooth Man. We're going up in the savannah and we're going to let them know that Trinidad All Stars is here. Trinidad All Stars, let's go and make it happen.
D-Day is here. The panyards are emptying to carry the pans across the island on trucks. The meeting point is the Savannah, a large green park in the center of the city of Port of Spain, Trinidad's capital. A steel band has about 270 pans. Tonight, in the Savannah, with 17 steel bands, each with 120 musicians, that represents almost 5,000 oil drums. When I think I risk jail just to steal 2 of them. At 5 p.m., 40,000 people thirsty for decibels are already gathered. They're waiting for one thing only, the victory of their steel band, their panyard, their neighborhood.
We're ready for the road.
Tonight, Birdsong's playing in blue t-shirts. Bad news, they're playing last. A handicap, it'll be 2 a.m. Shiro and Phase 2 are playing in red t-shirts. Giovanni and All Stars have chosen yellow. It doesn't matter where they're from or what color t-shirt they're wearing tonight. Eva, Shiro and Giovanni have one thing in common. Tonight is the night of their first panorama. The party starts with Phase 2. Phase 2's Mozart has already won Panorama 4 times. He's been 15 times, either second or third. But that doesn't mean a thing. Anything can happen. All Stars have won Panorama 8 times. At 2 a.m., it's going to be tough for Birdsong. The judges have now heard 16 steel bands.
Je sais pas trop quoi dire avant, parce que j'essaie de me concentrer un peu.
To be part of a semi-final is an incredible experience. Waiting for the results, no pan man can regret having lived such a moment. To lose yourself in the heart of a steel orchestra in musical trance is a love bigger than any win or loss. Phase 2, Shihiro's band is first. For the others, they become the steel band to beat. Giovanni's All-Stars are third. Birdsong, in 11th place, missed the boat by one little point. Andy's pain is deep, especially seeing how disappointed his musicians are. They played his music without giving up their values. That pride alone can rub off the bitterness of the loss.
The only thing I would say about the music is I thought it was the best thing I ever wrote. And I thought that was the best performance I ever got out of a steel band. It was the most exciting thing I've ever put on stage presenting my music. And what are you going to do? That's not worthy of playing in Panorama Finals? I don't get that. But let's not even talk about that. It's just, you know.
Of course, every year the Panorama has some controversy. In this year, Andy Narell got thrown out, and he's saying, well, his music was, you know, it's some of the best music he's composed. As any revolution, it takes a while sometimes for something like that to change. You just have to stick in there and let's see what happens next year.
It's not only Birdsong, Andy and his panists who are disappointed. Giovanni just lost his newcomer spot. A better player than him, poached from an eliminated steel band, will replace him. It's the hard Panorama law.
He was so mad, eh? We leave the panel and he was so upset. Even the next day when he wake up for school, he was still vexed.
I cry a little bit.
You cry plenty.
But then, she tell me don't give up because Odyssey is my first year I could play pan and things, so I'll continue. I enjoy my heart, you know. Still, if I didn't get picked, I enjoy my heart.
In Phase 2, the Japanese performances were up to scratch. Chihiro and her friend stay in the competition.
というか、例えば海外から来た人に対してこんなにもフレンドリーにというか興味を持っていきなり来た人を受け入れて一緒に演奏することが、できるんでしょうけど、どうなんだろうっていうところはあるんですけど、こっちの人は割とフランクに受け入れてくれて、やっぱりそこは大きい違いなのかな。逆だったら同じことが私にできるだろうかってすごい考えるんですけど。
After Birdsong's defeat, Eva received several invitations to play with bands which were still in the competition. She accepted the one from the Desperados. Discovering the finals from the ranks of a mythical steel band was her father's dream. To be part of the 50th anniversary finals is her dream.
Dans mon parcours et dans ce que je voulais récupérer à Trinidad, c'était vraiment important pour moi de jouer avec un groupe local, et de pouvoir jouer avec Desperados, c'est encore mieux, quoi. C'est un rêve qui se réalise.
To be born in a panyard is certainly a plus. But without talent, that birthright won't get you on the stage. Although a newcomer, Eva is able to memorize the Desperados' melody and the subtleties of their arrangement.
The instrument started off being played by people who were of the lowest class. They were uneducated. But when the middle class people started to hear them play like nice melodies in it, they themselves got interested in it. And this was important that the middle class got involved because it broadened the base. It broadened the base of the performers, and also the audience. And also it made it more acceptable to society.
With the years, we had other dreams. The music lifted us out of hopelessness. Everything was going so fast.
After one kid introduced the 55-gallon oil drum, I mean, the improvement was so obvious that everyone just jumped on that bandwagon. I mean, look, that's where it's to be there or be square. So every kid adopted that. Every steel band was using 55-gallon oil drums within 2 weeks.
Good drum. Found something good.
With my giant pan and its melodic capabilities, we could play any music, even the classics. Suddenly, we were no longer the bad boys. Society started to accept us, and we came out of the movie theaters. We became trendy, and high society would come and free up in our hideouts. Sadly, this beautiful dream didn't last long.
You joke too much or what? Let me see your hand. Who do this? Who do this?
I saw father down me, man. And I told them no matter how much pound they teeth, you can have a son as good as me. And then they chased me down. One name Odyssey said he beat me so I can't play palm no more. Then he lashed me with a stick.
Fed up with them fellas, you know. But we end this now.
Once again, the violence caught up with us.
ファイナルに向けてこう曲を作っていく変わっていくんですけど、ほとんどのバンドがセミファイナルまでの間に完成させたものを持っていくところが、フェーズ2はそうじゃないので。
E, G, D, E, C, D. After D is C, D. G to B now. E, G, D, E, C, D, G, B. If I have a note or two notes, three notes, I have the chords in my head and bass everything running in my head. So I give us a bass. Well, you play A. Cellos, you play E and G, right? Play second pan, you play G and C. Of course, you play F. Or you play, I just call all the notes like them. Because I have the whole picture, the whole thing, how the whole orchestra song in my head. Tell us, play A and high C sharp. Right? Pam, pam, padam, 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 pam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, pam, pam, padam, padam. Every year you see we'll have an ending like pam, 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 pam. Tickety, pam, 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 pam. That kind of classical ending, right? And I decide, well, you have to, first of all, Latin in it, you see. If you don't take dog at the end, it's Latin, the first time I still band doing this. Right? You have Latin music dog at the end. Right? Yeah. And you get them, you get your crescendo, pam, 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 right there, boom, boom, pudum, tudum, pudum, pow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 3, 4, 1.
Changing parts of a tune between the semis and the finals is a big risk.
Here we go, yeah? That's it, right? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, phrase. Two, three, four, 1. 2, 1. please. Let's go. Step up, please.
From the time the oil drum first came out, even the bars where the Americans came to unwind hired steel bands. For them, we were the wild side. For us, they were a means to make a dollar. Red Army regularly played in one of the lowest of bars in Trinidad. It was more a pickup joint for prostitutes.
What?
Everyone knew that it was the Red Army who had taken our first big pan. Tonight, everyone was going to know that we had recovered our pride. But things don't always go as you would want. When I saw my little brother behind those bars, my heart sank.
You alright? Mommy talked to you? And what she said?
Yeah, Dad, so she opened and prayed and he started coming back.
And what else she said?
She only cried. How you get out?
The magistrate put you on bail.
So you can't get bail for me?
No. Because as if he dead, then.
I had dreamt that music and my pan would help us get out. They had actually condemned us even more.
Steven, scared.
Don't worry. I'll get a good lawyer to get you out of here.
And where you get any money to do that?
Let me handle that. For now, hold this. Don't let me see it.
By the late 1940s, the steel band violence was completely out of control. Even the steel bands themselves didn't know what was going on.
They used to use knives, cutlass, and then they gone on to guns now. Terrible. Terrible situation.
Now my brother's life hung by the thread of another man's luck.
At the same time, there were sort of middle-class people, social workers and cultural activists and left-wing people. People like that were also concerned. They loved steel band. You know, this music, it was the rock and roll of Trinidad at the time, but the violence, it had to stop.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. And you are?
Stephen Clark, sir.
And how may I help you, Mr. Clark?
Come to ask for help from my little brother, Roy Clark. He in jail on a wounding charge.
What happened?
They say he stabbed a man, sir. He get beat by some Red Army pan men, and we went to sort them out. But he was supposed to stay back. He liked pan, so he followed. He reached when things are kind of crazy, and next thing the man gets stabbed.
So, nobody had anything to do with it? The knife just picked itself up and juke him? Hmm?
The blood just rushed to his head when he see the man who beat him.
So, one is in the hospital and the other one is in jail. And you think that your brother could avoid taking responsibility for what he's done because the blood just rushed to his head. What state is he in?
Good, but he frightened.
I'm not talking about your stupid brother. I'm talking about the man he stabbed.
Well, I know he in hospital.
You don't get this, huh? You still don't care. Hmm? And if that man dies, your brother is in jail for life.
If I was to really stop and look at what I had, it wasn't that difficult. All I had was music. And music doesn't save the dying or open prison doors.
All right, Mr. Clark. I like pan too. But this stabbing and the bus head have to stop. If this man survives, and if he is willing to drop the charges, and if you and your gang can get together formally and end this fighting, maybe I'll be able to talk with the magistrate and get him to discharge your brother with a reprimand.
You know, some of them fellas real ignorant. But I guess they will listen to you.
No. You will handle that. I will talk with the magistrate.
Still, it had at least touched the heart of a probation officer. Suddenly I got it. Music, our lover, would bring us all together.
The Steel Band Association, when it was created, it helped to bring the steel bands together as a musical fraternity. And that went a long way towards abolishing all these riots and physical conflicts, because they saw themselves now as a united body. So that was a very important step forward for the steel band movement. So now we're moving on now to musical rivalry, not physical rivalry, not fighting anymore in the streets and harming one another. Trying to produce music and to produce the best music that we could produce, so we could say we are the champions in whatever competition we take part in. So that's what the Steel Band Association achieved.
If captains of bands that were fighting met once a week or once a month, there would be less inclination to become bitter enemies. They would know one another.
Music took over from the violence. The competitive aspect of music became more important. So the violence, so the competition and the musical wars replaced the actual physical battles and clashes that had been a feature of the Steel Band before.
All right?
Yeah. So now we are at war, but not with bottles and stones and knives and so. We are at war with music and to make beautiful music. So it's a peaceful war.
How things unfolded gave me the opportunity to create the modern-day pan. It had taken us to hell. After the healing of this injured guy, it was offering us a redemption. Today again, I say that if that guy was healed, it is because on our side, we were able to make peace. Between ourselves, but more especially inside of us. In the weeks that followed, we had a brilliant idea. To cement our agreement, we created a steel band together to represent all of us. The top 12 steel bands each gave their best player. I didn't want to go. I had my little brother to take care of and too much to manage. You'd never heard or seen such a wonder. Made up of only stars. We called it Taspo.
Clark, come to ask for help from my little brother, Roy Clark. He in jail on a wounding charge.
What happened?
They say he stabbed a man, sir. He get beat by some Red Army pan men, and we went to sort them out. But he was supposed to stay back. He liked pan, so he followed. He reached when things are kind of crazy, and next thing the man gets stabbed.
So, nobody had anything to do with it? The knife just picked itself up and juke him? Hmm?
The blood just rushed to his head when he see the man who beat him.
So, one is in the hospital and the other one is in jail. And you think that your brother could avoid taking responsibility for what he's done because the blood just rushed to his head. What state is he in?
Good, but you frightened.
I'm not talking about your stupid brother. I'm talking about the man he stabbed.
Well, I know he in hospital.
You don't get this, huh? You still don't care. Hmm? And if that man dies, your brother is in jail for life.
If I was to really stop and look at what I had, it wasn't that difficult. All I had was music. And music doesn't save the dying or open prison doors.
All right, Mr. Clark. I like pan too. But this stabbing and the bus head have to stop. If this man survives, and if he is willing to drop the charges, and if you and your gang can get together formally and end this fighting, maybe I'll be able to talk with the magistrate and get him to discharge your brother with a reprimand.
You know, some of them fellas real ignorant. But I guess they go listen to you.
No. You will handle that. I will talk with the magistrate.
Still, it had at least touched the heart of a probation officer. Suddenly I got it. Music, our lover, would bring us all together.
Steel Band Association, when it was created, it helped to bring the steel bands together as a musical fraternity. And that went a long way towards abolishing all these riots and physical conflicts, because they saw themselves now as a united body. So that was a very important step forward for the steel band movement. So now we're moving on now to musical rivalry, not physical rivalry, not fighting anymore in the streets and harming one another. We're trying to produce music and to produce the best music that we could produce, so we could say we are the champions in whatever competition we take part in. So that's what the Steel Band Association achieved.
If captains of bands that were fighting met once a week or once a month, there would be less inclination to become bitter enemies. They would know one another.
The music took over from the violence. The competitive aspect of music became more important. So the violence, so the competition and the musical wars replaced the actual physical battles and clashes that had been a feature of the steel band before.
All right?
Yeah. So now we're at war, but not with bottles and stones and knives and so. We're at war with music and to make beautiful music. So it's a peaceful war.
How things unfolded gave me the opportunity to create the modern-day pan. It had taken us to hell. After the healing of this injured guy, it was offering us a redemption. Today again, I say that if that guy was healed, it is because on our side, we were able to make peace between ourselves, but more especially inside of us. In the weeks that followed, we had a brilliant idea. To cement our agreement, we created a steel band together to represent all of us. The top 12 steel bands each gave their best player. I didn't want to go. I had my little brother to take care of and too much to manage. You'd never heard or seen such a wonder. Made up of only stars, we called it TASPO, the Trinidad All-Steel Percussion Orchestra.
You hear anybody's song for the competition next week?
Nah, boy, I don't need to because I know we're gonna beat them.
Now all that's left.
I don't want to hear about anybody beating anybody.
TASPO was so phenomenal that the entire society chipped in to send them to represent the country in London and Paris. They didn't all come back, but the world discovered Pan. We were upset with them. But at the end of it all, if the Shihiros, Andys, Evas can join the ranks of the steel bands at Panorama, it's because of them.
This is a band, is an organization, is an institution that plays music as part of the core thing for the band. This band is known as a final night performing band over all the years. We take all kind of tune, do all kind of thing with it. Sometimes we don't get the result that we need, but we're going to give it our best shot. At the end, we must be satisfied with the performance. We can't do it in the panyard here. We can't say, yes, we have it. We have to go out there and show Trinidad and Tobago that we have it. Show the rest of the 9 people who are there that we're not giving up this thing easy. It's going to be a battle to the finish.
Father, you gave us glory in 2011 and 2012, and now this is our 3rd day, 2013. Father, we ask you to place the angels before us and clear the path from the time we leave Duke Street, straight up to the savannah, straight across that stage, and back down here, Lord. Lord Jesus, we just ask your spirit to be upon us. We just ask your spirit to be with us, Lord. We ask your spirit to be with the drummer, all the people who have to keep the percussion and the timing, Lord. All the instruments, Lord, all the racks, the wheels, everything, Lord, that will be intact and in place, Father, so that we can go and give this perfect account that we have worked so hard for. So we raise our hands, Lord, And we give you praise and we give you thanks for the glory, Lord. Amen. Amen.
Everyone is here. To support your panyard, whether you're a player or not, is the only law you must follow on the final night. This kid was lucky to experience a semi-final. If he works hard, he will play in the finals next year. Eva has changed her jacket to wear Desperado's own, a legendary steel band that won the Panorama 10 times and which could tonight win the 50th anniversary Grail. At least Shiro and the others can keep the special spark of these moments. The extreme sweetness of saying, I was there. Tempo, melody, speed, precision, playing music, or letting it play you. We were bad boys, but we had a dream. Today, when a steel band plays anywhere on the planet, it is this dream that is ringing out.
Kori okun olo bokani. Okun inu, okun dada to harashe. Ori mi pidare, ne kori okun olo bokani. Okun inu, okun dada to harashe.
Still burn, how would you have been to me? Yeah. Everything started back in the day when they took our drums them away. Oh no, they didn't want us to play, but them can't stop, we know it. Yes, way back in the day. So we had to find something new. What else were we to do? Beat away drum and let we make our tune. Still burn, how could you have been to me? When I couldn't talk, you set me free. Now we walk the walk in total harmony. I must let you know that I could never let you go. Sweet pun, sweet pun. Street calypso. Sweet pun, sweet pun. Street calypso. Port of Spain to New York City. Street calypso. Well, I must let you know that I could never let you go. The sweet sound will brighten up your day. The symphony of a steel orchestra. When we sticks it beat together. Calypso music at the big band. Turn the gray skies to shiny weather. This thing bout to make you sway. And there's nothing that you can do. The eighth wonder is one more than you knew. Make your waistline rockin' all the planets through. Still blind, still blind. How could you have been to me? When I couldn't talk, you set me free. Street calypso. Port of Spain to New York City. Street calypso. Yeah. Street calypso. Street calypso. Street calypso. True calypso music. Street calypso. Street calypso. Port of Spain to New York City. Street calypso.
At TD, we aspire to help build more connected and inclusive communities. So in 2018, we launched the TD Ready Commitment, our global corporate citizenship platform aimed at opening doors to a more inclusive and sustainable tomorrow. Through the TD Ready Commitment, we're proud to provide funding to more than 60 music and cultural festivals that help bring people together, even when we're apart.
And we are back after that phenomenal documentary. I'm so glad that we got to be able to watch and take in what is a very important aspect of our culture, which is the steel pan. And I am very pleased to welcome not only the writer, but co-producer of that film, Dr. Kim Johnson, and also another very important figure in the pan community here in Alberta, of course, Ms. Danielle George. So we are live in Starlight today downtown, and all the way from Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Kim Johnson, and all the way to the left of me, Danielle George. So just a quick for all of you to know, now Dr. Kim is a renowned journalist, author, and researcher known as the foremost steel pan historian in TNT. Now, Danielle George is the host of All Things Pan, a weekly podcast that features panists, arrangers, and tuners from all over the world. So thank the both of you for being here today, because without you guys, I don't know how we would continue to celebrate and educate our Caribbean culture. So we definitely want to get to know and ask a few questions, but seeing as that I have a professional panist next to me, and the only pan I know is frying, that I will allow Danielle right over here, take away with the question.
Well, thank you so much, Sterling.
I try.
So welcome again, Dr. Kim. I hope you're doing well.
Oh yeah. I am seeing me big and you small, and I prefer to see you big and me small. Is that possible?
I don't know, but we'll make that work.
They told me don't touch nothing on the keyboard.
All right. Okay.
So we'll start off. What made you decide to write and co-produce this docudrama the way that you did, by merging the two sides of history and also following a few of the people from all over the world enjoying Panorama?
Well, you know, I didn't come up with the idea in one go. It was a sort of a creative evolution that took place between myself and one of the co-producers, who's a very experienced documentary filmmaker in France. You know, my original idea was a pretty straightforward, you know, documentary, kind of boring National Geographic thing. You know, the kind of thing you make school kids watch, but you wouldn't watch yourself. Because I'd never made a film before. And when I discussed it with him, he said, no, first of all, you have to follow characters. And that way the audience will be invested in, you know, what happens next to them. And you need to have reenactments. So I dutifully did that. And we filmed about 9 or 10 different characters. All of them didn't make the cut. And the idea of choosing characters from different places is partly a marketing thing. You know, we wanted to be able to sell the film abroad, because Trinidad, the market is very small. So we had Japanese, we had French, we had American, and so on. So we filmed them, you know, practicing, and we filmed them at home and etc. We filmed someone from India. As I said, there were about 10, maybe more. And when we put together their stories, he said, my friend, he's French. His name is Bartholomew Fouché, but he was just known as Barto the Frenchman.
Right.
That sounds like a Trinity man gave him that name for real.
Yeah, Barto the Frenchman. And he said, Kim, these stories aren't good enough. They aren't strong enough to carry the film. So you're going to have to take the reenactments and turn them into a single story and let that be the main narrative. So, I mean, I can say I did that, but it was always a matter of doing it and redoing it and discussing it. And, you know, he said, no, this bit is too weak. Go and do it again. And so that's how it evolved into what it became, which I was actually very, very nervous about when we premiered it. Because, you know, it jumps between, say, 1947 and 2015.
Yeah.
There are about 5 characters in 2015. And I wondered if it would be too sort of bitty and people wouldn't be able to follow it. So we came up with the idea of writing a narrator, a fictional narrator, who would thread the story together. So that's how it came into being.
Right. Wow. Well, to be honest, I watch that movie with my kids almost every Sunday. So it's good that it's like our Sunday thing. So I'm glad that you were able to get adults as well as kids to watch it and actually understand it.
And I think the thing is, there are 1 or 2 rude jokes which Trinidadians would understand.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's fine, because with my hosting, it's about 4 or 5 reasons.
So for those that don't know much about steel pan, how would you introduce or how would you explain the instrument to them?
Well, first of all, it's a percussion instrument, but it's a tuned percussion instrument. It can play the notes of the chromatic scale. So in that regard, it's like a xylophone rather than a skin drum, which can't give you different tones. But a pan, even though there are people who play pan, you know, as solo instruments with, you know, jazz and rock and so on, certainly in Trinidad, and generally pan is an ensemble instrument. And I say instrument, it's really a family of instruments. You know, the way there's a family of saxophone with soprano and tenor and alto and so on. Pan is a family of instruments that together, you know, encompass an orchestral range. So there are many different pans, and the primary music it plays is this kind of percussive orchestral music. it's an ensemble instrument, and people play it in large groups. You know, perhaps in Canada and abroad, the groups maybe say 10 or 15 people generally. But in Trinidad, they go up to 120.
Right.
So the ensembles are divided into three main areas. There's what they call the front line, which mainly carries the melody and some of the strumming rhythms. There's a mid-range, which would give you, again, some of the strumming rhythms, like what a rhythm guitar would give you. And there's a background, which gives you the bass tones. So that's a rough division between the three areas. And then there's a fourth area, which we call the engine room, which is the untuned percussion. It would be the iron, which is a piece of iron you're clanging away at. And there'd be the drum kit, and there'd be the congas, and what do you call it, scratcher. The Cubans call it the guaira, which is, you scratch a kind of perforated thing. All of that non-tuned percussion is in that section called the engine room, which people actually suggest is the heart of it, because it pumps out a driving rhythm. And indeed, one of my books on the history of Pan, the name of the book, I took it from a Calypso by David Rudder. It's called If Your Iron Good, You Is King.
You still talking about Pan?
Well, actually, a lot of the captains of bands played iron, which is the loudest instrument in the band, and it gives the basic timing. It's analogous to the claviers in Afro-Cuban music, which gives you the basic timing.
Yeah.
Now, I have a quick question, because you see, Pan is very important to the culture, as well as the music and the sound of it. And when I was growing up and I went to Trinidad, I'll never forget, it wasn't on the road that had stunned me. It was in the pan yard. And my grandfather, George Braffett, was always bring me down to the pan yard. And I remember the song Dust in Your Face being played on pan and feeling the rhythm run through my actual body, almost like a heartbeat. And that is what sold me on Pan as a young, I'm born in Canada, but of course my parents are both from Trinidad. And that kind of sold me on, it stuck with me as the memory that made me fall in love with Pan. Now, you as a leading historian in Pan, what memory from Pan made you fall in love with it?
Well, I mean, first of all, you have to realize that I'm old enough that when I was a kid, Pan was like, it was like the rock and roll of Trinidad. If you weren't in love with Pan, you were, dead. It was the language we spoke. It was the musical language we spoke. Everyone. I mean, as a kid, there was a sort of rite of passage. Kids, little boys, pushed Pan. That was your introduction. You pushed Pan. They were on the road, on wheels, and you pushed. And that was such, I can remember the feeling, the first time I did that. It was like, all of a sudden, you were so powerful. You were part of this enormous, powerful organization, and you were an integral part of it. For a little boy, it's like, it was heaven. I mean, I could remember the first time that happened. I'm enjoying it so much, I'm already planning for the next time I'm going to do it. But I mean, it's interesting what you said, because one of the things about Pan, as you correctly pointed out, you hardly see Pan on the road now. And where you get the sense of Pan, of what is its potential and its beauty, is in the Pan yard. Because Pan has never been just a matter of a concert. You just listen to it and you clap, or you dance and so on, it sounds good. Pan has always invited you to be part of it. So, for example, think of all performing artists, actors, dancers, musicians. Only Pan will allow you in when they're practicing and when they're learning their art. You go in the Pan yard and they will play the same 4 bars 1,000 times and they're learning it. But you are there. And your son is there, or your uncle, or maybe your girlfriend, you're drinking a beer and you're chatting. And that's how it seduces you. Because You're there and you hear the song build. You hear it from the same lines repeated over and over, and it grows and it grows. And then what is a very complex piece of instrumental music, you learn to love it. Whereas if you just heard it for the first time, you'd think, nah, don't like it. Because, you know, it is a fairly complex piece of music. And that's how it seduces you. It brings you in and it invites you. It's like someone who, you know, it just doesn't just invite you in for rehearsals. He invites you in his house for dinner when you're cooking, and he's chatting when you're cooking and so on. And it's that, because Pan has always been about belonging, not just a matter of music. And that's why Pan has spread all over the world, not by people buying CDs or buying albums or downloading, the way every other form of African American music has, you know, like reggae or calypso or dancehall or hip hop or whatever, you know, people buy it and they consume it.
Yeah.
Pan has always brought you in the fold. So Pan has spread by people starting little steel bands all over the world.
Yes. Yes. So my next question then is, has there been a band, a year, or a specific panist that stood out to you as somebody who just whenever they played would just make your soul resonate?
Well, every year that I'm in Trinidad for Carnival, which has been almost every year except when I was at university, I go in the panyards there. So it would vary, but I can give you some incidents. First of all, something which you see in a film is an annual event. I live fairly close to Phase 2, so they're practicing all January, February. If I'm doing something, I'm working at home and I need a break, I could just run down there in 5 minutes and, you know, spend an hour and go back home and continue working. And every year, when Bootsy Sharp is there, he's calling out notes. And sometimes he's actually like improvising in his head what he's calling out. So you see some of that in the film. He said, B, C, C sharp, D, E, C, B. Like this, bang, 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 bang. And okay, that's tenors. Now, double seconds, I want you to play this. And he hears all of the lines in his head. And he calls them out. And then when they play, boom, music appears. And that's kind of magical.
It sounds very magical.
So that's experience you have in Phase 2 every year. I remember one year, this would have been in the perhaps in the late 90s, in Desperados. Desperados was up in Laventille, and I had to go to something very late that night. I was a journalist at the time, and I was covering a Rada feast. Rada is voodoo, a voodoo feast. And I had to go there at midnight. So I went to Desperados and I thought, I'd kill some time listening to Desperados playing. And Clive Bradley was arranging a pan in your house, a pan in my house. And it was so beautiful that I couldn't leave. And I stayed there until 2:30. And every time I'd go to leave, I'm walking to my car and they'd start back playing and I'd turn around and walk back. I'd say, okay, last time. And they would stop. And I'd walk to my car and walk fast before they start back playing. But they would start back and I'd go back. And that continued for 2 hours until...
Wait. So that's where the magic happens, man.
Yeah,
Do you have any other
I
questions?
have one last question for you. As a panist myself and other band members and other panists out in the world, what advice would you give panists, tuners, other young people in pan fraternity? What advice would you give them?
Well, if you're a panist, I would suggest you become musicians. When I say become musicians, there are two things you have to learn. The colloquially it's called learn to learn by ear. Technically it's called audition. So when you hear a piece of music, you know what it is. You know the chord progression. You know how to play that. You know how to arrange it. And that is what all great musicians know. I mean, not literacy. Aretha was not literate. James Brown, Paul McCartney, John Lennon, Bob Marley. But learn audition. And learn to speak in the language of music. You know, if I say, well, look, this is a 1-4-5 chord progression, you have to know what I mean. Learn that. And secondly, learn to improvise. Improvise means I give you a chord progression, or I say, all right, come on. We jamming in the key of C. We sound like this, jing, 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 jing. And you could play with me. And that means both of those, if you could do that, you could play any music with anyone, with any instrument. So, you know, your friend comes with the guitar, the quattro, the keyboard, the clarinet, whatever, and says, come on, Daniel, we jamming. You just have to say, okay, what key?
Right.
And boom. So you could
magic happens.
Yes, magic.
So that is a very, very valuable piece of information, and I hope all the people watching right now in Edmonton, Calgary, and of course the world, that information right there for what it is to learn and again become a musician. That is a very deep one when you're learning pan. Now, I have a question for you, Miss Danielle.
Oh, okay.
Now, we talked earlier about your podcast.
Yes.
But how do we find this podcast? What day is it on? Where is your podcast? How could we take that on?
Awesome. Well, it's on Instagram on All Things Pan. Every Mondays, 8 p.m. in Trinidad, Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
All right. And one more question for you, Dr. Kim. Now you've put together this phenomenal piece of work, but my question is, what is next for you?
Well, filmmaking I came to filmmaking very late. I mean, I had never dreamt of making movies before about 2013. Never. And that's 2014 or 2015. I have one project I'm working on. It's based on boys in prison. It started off as a documentary, but it's sort of morphed into a drama film, but based on real kids who have become friends of mine and their education in prison. So that's one thing I'm working on in the world of film. And otherwise, I mean, before, during and after, I'm a writer. And I've been working off and on a book. It's called Ways of Hearing for many years. And it's difficult to say what it's about in summary, but I would say it compares and contrasts the world of vision, which is seeing, and hearing. And I would suggest that, if I were to summarize, seeing gives us a physical world, hearing makes us social beings.
Okay.
That's why, for example, you probably know very many famous blind people, but no famous deaf people. Because without other people, you really don't amount to much. Without language, you don't get cognitive development. And from there, I segue into music. And in particular, what I always say is the music of the Black diaspora, which is modern popular music. You know, whether it's soul or blues or calypso or soca or jazz or salsa or samba or candomblé or merengue, all of it. All this beautiful music we created out of the Holocaust that was in Middle Passage, that now the whole world is clinging to. It's an attempt to understand that.
All right. Well, it sounds like an amazing book, and I definitely cannot wait for more of your work. I'm looking forward to this prison movie too.
Right?
All right. If you ever need an extra with an afro, that's me. All right. I'll pay for my own flight. Now, before we go, I will say that I really do hope that you continue to watch online, because up next, we have none other than the Trinidad Steel Orchestra, Edmonton's own infamous pan group, playing right here live inside of the Starlight Room here in Edmonton for the close down of our Cariwest Festival. So please, I want you to stay, watch, and let that rhythm hit you. And that's your job.
That's my job.
All right. So thank you so much for the interview. Thank you so much for being with us. It's been a pleasure and an honor.
Pleasure's mine.
All right, this is that awkward moment where I don't know what to do. Did we? Commercial break. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I appreciate it.
Guys. Well, we'll keep in touch, I hope.
Oh, for sure.
Here we are at the 35th year of the Cariwest Caribbean Festival in Edmonton. It's just the beginning. They're doing a sound test right now. The people are about to come streaming in. So if you're into something new and seeing lots of new cultures and colorful costumes, dancing and beautiful music, food and drink, come on down to the Cariwest here in Edmonton.
Because it's not just for people from the Caribbean, it's for everyone. So we're really hoping to see everybody, participate and our bands to get bigger and bigger every year.
We're really looking forward to this weekend, the parade tomorrow at noon, and a great weekend of dancing and fun.
That's a little cutie. So we're here at the parade on Jasper for Cariwest.
Yes, 35 years. Nothing but good vibes, happy people, music. Enjoy it.
Many costumes are worked on for an entire year leading up to the Cariwest Festival and are showcased the night before the main parade.
We made our way to Capitol Plaza here, and we found Mike. Hey. He's even got his Cariwest 35th anniversary volunteer shirt on, and these cool shades that they're giving out to people because the sun finally came out. Each one of the bands is taking a turn doing a presentation on the stage, and the music's going. The Brum Gardens are going. It's going to be a fun night here tonight. If you've never been to Cariwest, make sure you make it down next year.
Yeah, it's awesome. Lots of fun.
You bet. Cheers.
And once again, I want to thank Daniel, George, Dr. Kim for that amazing interview. And we're going to keep it rolling with the live performances here at Cariwest Virtual Lime. Today on the stage, we have a phenomenal group of dancers named the Dingolay Dance Group, named after a popular soca song by the late Mighty Sparrow. Dingolay is a word that can be defined as free movement and or allowing one's body to surrender to the music. Dingolay Dance Group will take you on a journey through the Caribbean islands with their energetic and interactive performances. They pride themselves on delivering performances that you will never forget. Colorful costumes and high-tempo Caribbean music are sure to make you want to tap your feet, clap your hands, and just get out of your seats. With that being said, let's have no long delay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, the Dingolay Dancers!
This is Soca music.
Ghosts.
So, right now we're in the happy capital of the world. This is Trinidad and Tobago, where happy people are found. Oh gosh.
College boy just say, ghostwriters, we so happy, happy people. Nothing could feel good like this. Floating on the clouds like if I don't have no problems. I feel so happy. It's only good vibes we bring that put me on the ceiling. And I just love this feeling. It make me happy. If you wake up in a bad mood, I want you to shake it away. Some people want you to do good for yourself, but I'm better than them. In this life, when negative vibes it come your way, just
We're coming to you live from northern Trinidad, where these protesters are demanding more road. They say that they have been making representation for over 2 years now for more roads to be built, but so far that has not materialized.
Nobody waiting long, can't stay in the traffic jam or wait by the hospital. We ready to make a mass, trucks them line up in tongue. People ready to run, 1 million coming down. I say, on the road or in a party, we got to work when you're jamming on somebody. We got to work, make a decision, mash up every gun. When it's the carnival come, give me a ministry of road.
Cause when we roll, we don't roll alone.
Together.
Fabulous.
Together.
Marshall.
We don't see color. Together.
Prophet's word.
Together.
Cause when we roll, we don't roll alone.
Say anywhere that we go, you feel no.
Dingolay dancers. But we're not going to stop there. Let's keep going with the live entertainment. On stage behind me is none other than the Trinidad Steel Orchestra. They are a non-profit organization that seeks to share the musical art form of Pan through performance, workshops, and education. We are excited to have them perform for us live today. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the sounds of the Trinidad Steel Orchestra.
Are you a black youth between the ages of 14 to 29 with a great idea to effect positive change in your community? Hi, my name is Neka Otobolu, and I'm the Director of Communications and Equity Strategy with the Edmonton Community Foundation. Edmonton is full of amazing communities. Edmonton Community Foundation has been proud to support the work of dozens Black-led and serving organizations over the years, from the Africa Center and the 5 Artists One Love to the Is This For Real podcast and Melanistic magazine. We know we are stronger when we work together. This year, we're thrilled to sponsor Say It Loud Canada. Say It Loud promotes positive cultural identity amongst the youth in our Black communities. There are several categories you can apply to. For me, I am passionate about social enterprise, entrepreneurship, and social innovation. Having worked in the banking sector for so many years in Nigeria, I provided professional advice to small businesses, entrepreneurs, and social enterprises. These sector players are the lifeline of every economy, and it's the same here in Canada too. So I'd like to encourage you, the Black youth in our community, to submit your ideas in the categories of social enterprise, entrepreneurship, and social innovation. This is your chance to represent Edmonton at the Say It Loud National Black Youth Summit in Ottawa, coming up in February 2021. So show us your personality, show us your ideas. Let's challenge anti-Black stereotypes and reinforce positive cultural identity within our Black community and say it loud. Submissions are open. Follow at Say It Loud YEG on all social media platforms to learn how to submit your ideas. Good luck.
And that was another amazing performance from the Trinidad Steel Orchestra. Thank you so much for coming and bringing the rhythm and the heartbeat of the steel pan to Cariwest Virtual Live. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. It is now time for you to get ready. Stretch. All you ready? It's your headliner time. I want all you to get up. Get your water, get your flag, get your rag, because none of any of the festivals has ever brought it to you the way Cariwest is bringing it to you now. 3 days we've been having amazing performances, and I told you that we would have a special international guest. Yesterday we brought you Patrice Roberts, and today we have something more. Now, a lot of you would remember this artist is a Bajan superstar. She has won multiple awards and accolades from around the world. She tours around the world performing popular hits such as Roll It Gal, Faloma, King and Queen, Can't Let My Love Go. Oh, you already know who I'm talking about. Cariwest, are you ready? Carnival people, are you ready? Performing for our audience tonight, sitting in the wings getting ready. Make sure you guys find your water. Make sure you guys find your rag. And for all my older people by the bar, find your Johnny Walker. Get the ice. Get everything ready. This is coming live. They're asking me to extend it, and I've extended everything I can extend. So if you're wondering why I keep saying words, are we ready? We're ready. We're ready? Are you ready? 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 Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and an honor as host of the Cariwest Virtual Live to introduce the largest queen of soca, Miss Alison
West Indian, Watch the man them whining, all the gal them whining, all my people whining. I want you to grind me, grind me, grind me. I want you to grind me, grind me, grind me. I need you to, yes, yes. Show me, yes, yes. Aye, 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 make the gal them bend right over, make the gal them bend right over, make the gal them bend right over, make the gal them, make the gal them bend right over, make the gal them bend right over, make the gal them bend right over, make the gal them. I wanna see where all the carnival babies in the place. Carnival, 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 carnival again. Carnival, carnival, Juba, Juba, Juba. When I start to whine, I have no control. The carnival fever is in me soul. When I hear them pan like a gun in the sea, the carnival blood running in me veins. I'll be jamming, I'll be waiting from Tuesday to Ash Wednesday. I was conceived on Carnival Day. You won't believe that it was foul play when we mommy said she was in a bar. She was led astray by a sailor man. She was moving, she was moving. When this sailor influenced her, now they start to call me drunk and all them can't stop. The whole of the country is calling me because I conceive in February. Don't pressurize me and see mommy say she pick up with me on Carnival Day. Now they start to call me drunk and sailor baby. What? When I start to whine, I have no control. The carnival fever is in me soul. When I hear them come like they got to play. The carnival, carnival, carnival again, carnival again, carnival, carnival, carnival. Juba, Juba, I know you miss your Juba. In Barbados it's 4 day morning, so we gonna act like it's Juba right now. We on the road, on the road, on the road. Hear me? I find myself in a Juba bar with a sexy Maruga man. Can't remember my husband name. Could not remember my husband name because the iron have me so bad, so did the iron have me so bad, so oh the iron have me so bad, so did the iron have me so iron have me so bad, so iron the iron have me so bad, so iron have me so bad, so the wine does never stop, yes. Why? Why? Inside of the master. Why? Why? Inside of the master. People, watch the people. Western your posse, what we coming down. Sing it. Show me Inside of the basket, the iron of the soap and so deep. Hey, the iron of the soap and so deep. Oh, the iron of the soap and so deep. Hey, the iron of the soap and so deep. Oh, the iron of the soap. Hey, the iron, the iron, the iron of the soap. So I want to see everybody right now. Edmonton massive. I want to see them hands in the sky. Show me, show me, show me, show me. Hands up, flags up, rags up. Everything in the air. Hands up, flags up, rags up. Everything. We going from left to right. From left to right. 1, 2, 1, 2. See the people. Watching myself. Check it myself. Sing it. How the myself. Watching people. How the people. Sing it. Yes, yes. I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it. So you just, I know you've been singing all the time. So you can sing the people walking coming down now, all right? That's what we're going to. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. See the people walking coming. Watch the people walking. How them I say walking coming. Sing it. How them I say walking. Watch the people walking. How the people walking. Sing it. Lord, oh, that sound good though. I can hear one through the screen. Yes, through the screen. So we're gonna sing it one more time, right? One more time. 1, 2. Here we go. See the people walking coming. Them I say walking. Watch the people walking. Sing it. How them I say walking. How the people walking. Watch them I say. What's in your posse? Lord, 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 Lord. Yes, yes, yes. So we know we have no carnivals this year at all. So I am very glad that Edmonton has seen fit to have this festival virtually now. So you are wherever you are right now, joining us for this Cariwest festival. And hey, listen, I ain't talking too much, you know, because it's about music. It is about the music. Now you see this next song? I want all my ladies to represent right now. All of my ladies represent right now, wherever you come from. I ain't care what part of the Caribbean you come from. Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, Trinidad, Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis, Martinique, Guadeloupe, St. Lucia, and we could be going and going and going. This song is for every woman. No matter your age, no matter your race, no matter your background. This song, and I love to sing it. So if I feel you know it. But let me find out. Roll it, gal, roll it, gal, roll, control it, gal. in your face, yeah. Let them know that place. Number one in the rest, yeah. Independent and you're strong, yeah. You set the pace, fit and healthy, living long, yeah. Free yourself, girl, you got class and you got pride. Come together, cause we're strong and unified. Yeah, roll it, girl. Roll it, roll it, roll it, roll it. Hey, control it, girl. Go to school, girl, and get your degree. Nurture and take care of your picky. Girl, you work hard to make your money. Roll it, girl. If you know you're smart and you're sexy, never let them abuse your body. Show it off, girl. Roll it, girl. Roll it, girl. Control it, girl. Hey, roll it, girl. Show me, lady, show me. Show me the road. Show me the road. Ha. Show me the road. Yeah. Roll it. Free yourself, girl. You got class and you got pride. Come together, cause we're strong and unified. Hey, roll it, girl. All my ladies, independent woman, independent woman. Hey, 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 hey. Roll it, girl. Roll it, girl. Beautiful ladies. Roll it, girl. Hey, hey, hey. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Roll it, girl. Roll it, girl. Roll it, girl. Yes. Oh my goodness. But you know I ain't done yet. I can't die yet because I just can't, because we proud to be West Indian. You understand? So if you are a proud West Indian right now, represent. Put those flags in the air. Represent where you come from, no matter where it is. I want to see my proud West Indians in the place now. Soca, play, soca, play, soca, play, soca. If your vibe ever good, body looking rude, forever looking nice, cause you're always in a life. You's a West Indian, you's a West Indian. Girl, put your hand on your knee, wine to the beat, bend low, touch your toe, you know what like a West Indian. You's a West Indian. We always apply for somebody. The rhythm inside we keep moving. It's hitting the place and we know it. We always on time for a party. We don't have a time of day or anywhere we go. When soca music play, all the women whining low. We will never miss a night. We will never miss a good night. We gon' make a mass in the festival. We gon' tear it down in the when the vibes ever good and be in the mood. Put your hands ever high, shout it to the sky. You's a West Indian, cause you's a West Indian. Yeah, put your hand on your knee, wine to the beat, bend low, touch a toe. You know what like a West Indian, cause you's a West Indian. We make it with business to party. We help it to talk, we move it. It's hitting the place and we love it. So put on the juice and we dancing, yeah. We don't have a time of day or anywhere we go. When soca music play, all the women whining low. We will never miss a night. We will never miss a good. We gon' make a mass in the festival. We gon' tear it down. If the vibes ever good and we in the mood, put your hands up high, shout it to the sky. You's a West Indian. matter like a West Indian. Cause you're the West Indian. All my proud West Indians, put it up. Represent. Wind your waist. Play soca, play soca, play soca, play soca. Hey! Uh-huh. Yeah. What? Play soca, play soca, play soca, play soca. Woo! Well, yes. Michael, I having a time, you know. Even though it's in my house, I am at home. But that ain't a bad thing, because I really get to perform for y'all now. So, I think, Michael, you got a couple more songs in there for me to do, right? You got a couple more songs in there for me to do, right? Yeah. Michael is telling me that, you know, that's the guy that's controlling the music. And he's doing an amazing job, as he always does. So, give me a little saying. Let me see if they know this one.
Let me hear the militant ragamuffin call.
We going back in the classics. Ragamuffin, 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 ragamuffin. Jump up, jump up. Let me see ya. Jump up. Ragamuffin, oh yeah, ragamuffin, show me. Ragamuffin, jump up and kick it out. Jump up and kick it out. Let me see ya. Ragamuffin, let me see ya. Ragamuffin, push back up. Let me see ya. Push back up. Let me see ya. Push back up. Let me see ya. Show me. Push back. Hold your head. Turn it up. Hold your head. Turn it up. Push. Hold your head. Turn it up. Push. Hold your head. Turn it up. Let me see ya. Let me see ya. Yeah. Let me see ya. Ragamuffin. Let me see ya winding up. Let me see ya winding up. Let me see ya winding up. Ragamuffin. Yeah, nah. When I'm looking good. When I'm looking real good. I feel like I want a swing position. I feel it so. So set up on yourself. You're in front of the computer ready. You're in front of your phone. Assume the position. Push back position. Assume the position. Push back position. Push back on the count. 1, push back. 2, push back. 1, 2. Let me see you now. Push it back. Push it down. Push it back. Yes, Michael. Ding, ding, ding. Stop it. No. No. Okay, all right. Mama, do not. Mama, do not. Gambo Saki do not, do not. Mbaka Wefi do not, do not. Get ready to wine. Follow my ding, ding, ding. Namya namade. Moko hejana. Kapasi hejana. Now when I see all the hands, I don't care if you got a flag, a rag, a drink in your hand. I want to see their hands in the sky right now. Show me. You get a chance. Right. We're going from left to right. Left to right. 1, 2. There we go. Take it left and take it right. Take it left and take it. Come again. Take it left and take it right. Left and take it a little faster. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Faster. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Everybody's. Let me see your hands. Put it up now. Hey, hey, put them in the high, high. Oh yeah. Let me see your hands. Hands up in the air. Show me, show me, show me. Everybody, let me see you now. Jump and let them see. Come make mama yeah. Jump and let them see. Come make mama yeah. Rock it on. Rock it. Rock it. Rock it. Rock it. Rock it. They bustin' and they fighting and the war must done. The war. The war. They bustin', they fighting and the war. Come let we live as one. Just had to put down the drugs. Put it down. What? Put down the drugs, the knife, the gun, and let me all. Let me see you now. Jump and let them see. Come make my head. Jump and let them see. Hey, hey. Wine. Rock it. Wine. Rock it. Wine. Rock it. Wine. Rock it. Oh my gosh. Well, look at Ting. Wanna get on to bad, wanna get on to Sting. Wanna get on to Sting. Yes, what posse wanna get on to Sting? Why you wanna get on to? Alright. One more time. From the top. One more time. 1, 2. 1, 2. And let me pass it. Let me see your hands. Hey, hey, put them in the air. Hey, hey, pass it. Let me see your hands up, flags up. Get ready. Let me see your jump up. No, jump and let them see. Come make mama yeah. Jump and let them see. Come make mama yeah. And what? Rock it. Rock up. Rock up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I ain't gonna lie. Cariwest, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me, for wanting me to be a part of your festival. I cannot wait until the world actually opens back up again and we can travel, and then I can actually come to Edmonton. You understand? I cannot wait. I feel like I gotta take that mic out one more time, right? 1, 2, and then 1, 2. There we go. Pass it. Let me see your hands. Put them in the. Put them up. Put them love you all. Cariwest Festival, Edmonton, I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much once again, the Queen of Soca, Miss Allison Hines. Carnival chasers from around the world, make sure that you understand and see that for the last 3 days what Cariwest has brought to you, and that Cariwest 2021 should be your next destination. One more time for Allison Hines and Patrice Roberts, Dingolay, Steel Pan Orchestra, and all the other performers that I'm forgetting at this moment. But before we go anywhere else, let's see how we finished up in that kitchen. Let's head off to the Cariwest kitchen and see how that meal ended up.
All right, so before we check the cheese, we better make sure we check that stew chicken.
Oof, yeah, let's do it.
All right, wow, we can definitely see all the colors coming together. I love it. It smells amazing.
Yeah, I wish you guys had smell-o-vision. The way that this chicken sauce is coming through right now, the stew chicken smells like Sunday after Cariwest.
Right.
When you're done chip, wine, wave, and it's now 6 p.m. and you've made your way home. Now, if you're a child saying, I stayed at Cariwest till 9 on Sunday, we're not talking to you. We're talking to the grown-ups in the beer gardens who left at 5:30 to avoid traffic. This smells like you had no traffic, you didn't wear your seatbelt, and Allison Hyde and Destra made a news track. So that's what this chicken smells like.
That is wonderful, Sterling. I couldn't even get better than that.
No, it could not.
So we're gonna go in and just take another look. Sometimes I like to add a little bit of butter to it to make sure we get that last flavor, because we're trying to get all the natural juices in there, but the butter gives a little natural salt to it.
At this point in time, we'd also ask you to taste for your enjoyment. You see, what we're making right now is based on what I want. Now, if you have something different, maybe you like a little more pepper, a little more salt, a little less, maybe no chicken whatsoever. Just pay attention to this as a base idea of what we're cooking. All right, that's very important.
Really, yes, we definitely encourage it to make it your own. These are just simple tips that we use and probably brought up with, but you can definitely make it your own. At the end, it's gonna melt. We're just gonna let it make sure it goes right to the bottom so everything can cook evenly. And then at the last 10 minutes, we're gonna make sure we take the foil off. So make sure you guys watch your timing.
Now, how long are we leaving this in the oven for?
So we're gonna go in and keep it there for 45 minutes.
All right, so at the 35-minute mark, make sure to take off your foil paper.
That's right. All right, Sterling, go ahead and open the oven for us there.
Well, your foil paper fit like a costume on a pot. Yeah, it don't fit. So let's get a little bit more in it so that the foil paper fits all the way down.
These are hard COVID times, but I know what kind of foil you're taking.
Listen, if COVID is affecting your foil paper situation, then COVID was not your problem. You are.
Look at that, all of that hanging over, boy.
Oh God, I am Trini. I love a little excess.
Listen, let it come across like this. All right. Teamwork makes the dream work. Listen to you, man. Come on, man. Nobody need help there.
I do.
All right, let's go across and open the oven.
All right, so 350 for 45 minutes.
That's right. Come down with the thing, man. Give it some strength.
God, how many women want me to go low?
Listen. Put that in there. Okay. There we go. I can't wait to see that come out.
All right, so now we're going to move on to our salad, which is our final part of our meal. And then from there, it's time to plate, serve, and see how it goes.
Let's go. All right, for our last scene here, we're gonna do a nice and simple basic salad. So my salad, I like to experiment with it. Some people just do the basic lettuce and tomato, but I like to add a little peppers, a little green onions, and some parsley to give it that nice fresh taste. And of course, tomatoes. Now, we have this cucumber here. They call it English cucumber. Do you ever hear why you call it English cucumber?
I don't know.
Yeah. But that's what we're gonna go in.
That's not how English cucumber does look, though.
I tell you. So we're gonna go in and simply slice up our tomatoes. And the type of tomatoes I like to use is
English.
No, it's definitely not English this time.
Which
This one's is romaine, but these ones is called a beef steak.
Okay.
When you cut the beef steaks, they tend to stay a little bit better. So that's why I like a little bit firmer tomato.
So you like something nice and firm in order to make the salad.
That's right. Okay, so we're gonna go in there. Of course, make sure that your lettuce is nice washed and then dried. So I like to chop that up. This lettuce specifically is the iceberg and it has the 2 tones, so I like to make sure I get both tones in there.
And if you'd like to use spinach, go right on ahead.
That's right. So we're gonna go give that a little toss. Make sure you get both colors in nicely.
Because all salad matters.
Right. So we're gonna go in there and we're gonna add our tomatoes. Another thing about these beef steaks is that they don't have too much liquid hanging on. Alright. So we're gonna go in and add
the whole tomato now.
Listen, I going back in there when I toss it.
Nobody wants
so we're gonna add some parsley, Hashimo.
Alright.
We're gonna add some parsley.
Ooh.
And then we're gonna go in and add a little bit of green onions there. And then we're gonna go, since you like pepper and like sweetness, we're gonna add a little sweet pepper.
What kind of pepper are you using exactly right now so that people know?
Yes, these are sweet peppers and they got a nice blend. It came in with nice yellow and orange and a little bit of green tones in there. So we're going to put that in. And we're gonna go and do our cucumber. Yes, I like the skin on because I add more vitamin D. It hurts! This boy is something else, you guys. I don't know you've had this much trouble in the kitchen. That's why I like to cook alone. Alright. Go ahead and leave that a nice little quarter cut.
So how do you like to have your cucumbers? Diced up?
Yeah, I like mine diced, but I like it to a little bit more fuller. I don't... Yeah, so a little bit more fuller. So I'm going like this. Kind of almost like a 3D thing.
So it's cubed.
That's right. So you give that a nice little toss. You see all the colors that goes in there. Really beautiful salad.
So for the people at home who are doing the subtitles, 3D means cubed in Bayesian.
Alright, so we're going to finish up the tomatoes there. Sterling, I heard you say that your salad is kind of basic. What do you do different for your salad?
So I tend to have a different salad that I like to use. It's based on more of a Lebanese style salad, so it's not a traditional Trinidadian salad. I prefer to use avocado, cucumber, tomato with a vinaigrette sauce over it.
You fancy?
It not fancy, it just tastes sexy. But I prefer to use something like that alongside the meal. But of course we're trying to stick. I stole that idea from any late night Lebanese restaurant you've been to. Whereas this right here, we're trying to keep more to our roots. So
like I mentioned before, it's a different kind of salad, so don't be afraid to give the side a little garnish. So I keep some over and we're just going to go in there. Presentation is everything.
So Jamaicans, pay attention. You notice how we didn't use coleslaw or mayonnaise? Not a salad. Stop putting it on the side.
But like we said earlier, definitely make it your own. And this is nice for when a guest comes over. Not something when you say you're going to serve salad, you don't come in with the same boring. You know, just give it a nice little presentation.
It's beautiful. I love it.
And I don't like to waste anything, so we're going to go in here again and take a little bit of parsley for the top.
And then I can go in and throw in the rest of the peppers.
And bring back that color to the potato.
And then let's continue on with the rest of this as well.
You know what you're doing, man. You say you don't understand.
Well, I will say that as much as I have teased and made fun of Bajans today, I have to congratulate you for putting together not only a phenomenal show of helping me create such an amazing meal, but the salad, your participation, and of course being the face of Cariwest 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, that beautiful billboard that was gracing our great city of Edmonton was none other than this beautiful face. So not only can she cook, but she can grace the billboard. But don't worry, she married, leave she alone.
Thank you, Sterling. I really appreciate that. And if you guys now don't know who this is Sterling Scott. He is definitely one of the best hosts in Edmonton.
Right now, I just what?
That's right. So make sure you guys hire him. He definitely works well. He brings out so much fun and creativity in the community. And I am happy to say, I didn't expect this to. Working with you has definitely been something adventurous, I would say, for the lack of better words. But you guys, this will not be the last. We had an amazing time. We want to thank you so much for tuning in today.
But we're not finished yet. Next up is the final test.
That's right.
We have in our studio audience today none other than members of the actual Cariwest board.
That's right.
Once this comes out the oven, we are going to plate and serve members of the Cariwest board live for you guys to watch and get a final opinion of what they think about the Bajan Trini experience here in Cariwest Kitchen.
That's right.
At TD, we aspire to help build more connected and inclusive communities. So in 2018, we launched the TD Ready Commitment, our global corporate citizenship platform aimed at opening doors to a more inclusive and sustainable tomorrow. Through the TD Ready Commitment, we're proud to provide funding to more than 60 music and cultural festivals that help bring people together even when we're apart.
Alright. That mac and cheese looking fire! Y'all get stuck?
If it gets stuck, how do you mean?
Yeah,
there we go.
literally.
Alright, there you have it.
So, now we have fully ready for you guys to eat and enjoy macaroni pie, our garden salad, and of course, our stewed chicken. Now, of course, we are gonna have a taste test, and none other than our very own Cariwest board will be here to do that. And we're not just gonna have anybody, we're gonna have the president of Cariwest.
Right.
And you know who else we should bring?
Who are we gonna bring?
She made us work, she made us sweat, she made us fat. She deserves a plate.
Sherelle.
From Soca.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, none of the ladies that we said were going to be here. And now it's time to enjoy. So please, ladies and gentlemen at home on the internet, watch as we enjoy. I guess.
This looks amazing.
I mean, that's what we paid you to say.
Gotta get a little macaroni.
Mmm. Delicious.
That's good.
Chicken.
I feel like mine's missing something though.
You know what? I knew you would say that.
No, don't.
I knew, no. Here's what's missing.
It's missing something. Oh gosh.
None other than Sterling Scott's homemade pepper sauce is not for sale. It's only available. But please, give it a wait. Can we get a plastic fork?
Wow, you're really going all out, Caribbean.
For everybody who's watching at home, while I'm insisting on a plastic fork, never put a metal fork in homemade pepper sauce because your mother will beat you. That's the only reason why I know not to do it. Now give it a try.
Alright. That's what it was missing.
This was amazing. Sterling, Cheryl, thank you so much for coming to Cariwest Kitchen today and cooking this amazing meal for us.
And thank you to all of you for tuning in from all points of the world. Make sure to tag us if you cook this amazing dish.
Do you hear that?
Wait.
You hear it too?
Oh yeah.
What is that? It sounds like someone's coming up next.
Yeah.
Do we see who it is now?
Stay tuned.
Artifacts on the track.
That we sadly have to bring an end to our Cariwest Virtual Live 2020. I want to thank all of you for joining our show today, for your support of Cariwest. Thank you to all of our performances, our presenters, our mass band leaders, and our supporters. Make sure that you go and follow them on their Instagram, Facebook, or however handles they have. All of those links are provided on the pages. Thanks again to our sponsors, and of course, the hard-working people behind Cariwest and behind me right now. This, for all of you to see, is the Cariwest Virtual Live 2020 board members, who without them, this festival would never happen. So please make sure you show your love and support to them. If you see them out on the road, buy them a drink, all right? Now, we asked the question earlier, what does Cariwest mean to me? And I can't speak for everybody, but I will say from what happened today and from what happened for this entire weekend, that COVID couldn't stop us. We got to see some of the greatest soca artists in the world, and we had it all happen right here in our little city, on our phones, on our TVs, and however which way we did it. And what Cariwest means to me, it's unity under one rhythm. So I love all of you. Stay safe. And what we can expect next year, Beer Bacchanal. I want to see more bands on the road. I want to see more people performing. And I also want to see all you Carnival chasers visiting us here in Edmonton for Cariwest 2021. And with that, let me take a final jump. From myself and the Cariwest board members, thank you for Cariwest Virtual.